a thing that they're building together, and Sharon um, and Alisher work on their projects. AI John is just knocking the ball out of the park too with his daily spaces. So there's lots of things that people are building. And when you're around people that build, that synergy is contagious. It's natural that you too want to build some stuff. And so um, it is really cool to see how it's all panning out. I do see that Tech in Schools is here. I'm sure that Ross is behind the scenes making sure that we have our live streams. Do make
And real
sure that
real quick,
go
Sarah, I
ahead.
just want to tag on one extra thing about the incubator. It was super hard for us to choose the 5 people, and we didn't want to get too many people in, and then it's overloaded. And it's our first round of first group of the incubator. But do not be deterred if you didn't get selected and you're like, oh, I didn't get in the G1. That is a-okay, because there's going to be a G2 and more after that. So keep on going. Don't give up, and if you want to get in the next one, be sure to keep an eye out for G2 and apply for that. Sorry for interrupting you, Sarah. I just wanted to put that out there real quick.
Oh, pshaw. I mean, the thing is too is that, when you have the small, intimate mastermind groups, you want to make sure that you're hitting the ground running. So in some cases, it is a very tough choice, but you have to pick the ones that have the most viability in the moment. And that's not a knock on anybody's specific business plan or your application. It just means that they're trying to hone the whole entire project too. So it is kind of interesting when you are a beta group in and itself for each other. So um, it's going to be kind of fun to watch from the cheap seats. The folks that were chosen, they already have a product to market. So the way that they're honing their ideas and building it in public is something that we can all take advantage of, and just be a part of the process. Watch from the cheap seats is kind of my sweet spot. I don't know about anybody else. It's just getting to see folks achieve is fun, and it's fun to watch it all kind of roll out. I also wanted to point out too, my latest issue of What the LLM came in the mail 2 days ago. And I'm really excited. Sharon has just been doing awesome. And if you're not following her X timeline, you should. It's really cool. Um, I've learned a lot. And, we run in the same circles, and which is really awesome when you have a lot of people that love AI and you run the same circles. And sometimes the folks that you're with find different things. It's like when you travel with a pack of, toddlers on a playground, everybody finds a different thing to stare at. And they're like, ooh, I found this earthworm, or ooh, I found this blade of grass, or whatever, this bug. And, you kind of bring them to the sandbox, and everybody gets to share their toys and their experiences and their discoveries. And in lots of ways, I feel like that is kind of how it is to open up one of these issues. It's just so well done. And watching it come to fruition has been such a joy. An idea to impact, and that impact actually arrives in my physical mailbox, and that's pretty spectacular on many different levels. So I just wanted to put that out there. If you're not a subscriber, definitely support the people that are in this ecosystem. It's a gift that is multiplied, because they're not only your teammates, they're not only your classmates. They're building their businesses, and cross pollination, it just sends out good vibes to the universe. The universe smiles on that, I think. So I did want to welcome, I see that Magna's on stage. Sharon and Artie Fish are here. I see Whitney, always, and the big purple. I love purple. So Whitney always makes me smile. And Rutro, obviously. Jack's here. And Masha, I see Brad has arrived. Alisher, Nick, Julie. I see that David's here. Haven't seen him in a while. Sometimes when you change your profile pictures, I get lost in the shuffle. I see what comes to mind. Also, the yellow always pops out at me. Such a beautiful human. What comes to mind is such a special person. Seabird and Voy, and then we've got some new people in the audience. We have Rob and Anna and John and Gregory. Welcome. Like I said earlier, if you are new, welcome. Pull up a chair, drink some coffee, listen in on what it means to be a part of a digital makerspace and a class right here on X, right? We also have some anonymous listeners. Sometimes they're bots, most times they're they're kids or young makers. We do have a lot of folks that listen in on different methods. So we try to keep it very PG. So keep the swearing down to a minimum or no, no swearing, please, because then we have to edit the recording and whatnot. So, um, you know, just keep everything very vanilla as you would with younger kids in the room. Especially too, we have a lot of parents that have already, put in their 9 to 5 today, and they have kids in the background. You don't want them to have to, you know, turn things down while they're learning and the kids are in the background. It is kind of a Montessori classroom. So I do want to test Ross's mic. I want to make sure too that we have our live stream up. Innovators Think Tank is one of our resources, obviously, part of your digital backpack. Same with Slack. Many of you are now familiar with Slack, but as part of the class, you get access to Slack Pro. And many people here are learning the new kinds of facets of Slack, including creating, after school extracurricular study groups and stuff like that. It's really, really fun. And I hope that you all take advantage of that. Ross, happy Wednesday. How are you, my love?
I am great. Do you hear me? Is it good? Is the mic on?
I hear you. I hear wonderful. You have a good mic today. This is good.
I'm just
I
setting
am
up.
I am looking I'm looking for the StreamYard link as soon as I'm
I
ready.
just put it up, so it should be like trickling into the Etherverse right now.
Thank you, sir.
And then the join version is also coming in Slack.
Excellent. I did want to mention too, I saw that it's Lucia, I do believe, or Lucia, had a really cool experience this week. A big win in terms of what she was building. And I just wanted to give her flowers also. She made something really cool. As a homeschooling mom, it was really cool. I'll just say that. I do see that the link is up top and is live. I will post it again for your convenience.
Okay, now
Bless you, Sarah.
yeah, Sarah, go get some water before you come back, please. I put it in Slack, so if you guys want to actually join the stream, you can. I have a few things to go over before we like do anything at all. Uh, announcements, really good ones, good announcements. So, but I need a few minutes. I'm just finishing getting everything set up. But basically, if you did your homework, I want to see it. Send me your workflow link so I can test it out on your own launched version. If you don't have a launched version, you can hit export workflow. I can see your workflow like that. But ideally at this point, we want to be in Next.js. And if you're not in Next.js, you need some help. And so you should come up and join and speak and join live stream because now it's just gonna get like more interesting. And we're gonna like slightly alter what we've been working on, or at least have two versions of it, variants, if you will. And then I have to see if you guys actually made them actually work, right? Because a workflow in the API is cool, but making it work is like a whole other thing, right? And also, anyone who uses 3.7, which is everyone, I know we are all fans of Claude. We have to actually go in our workflow right now. We have to do something because Claude updated the model names and it's kind of weird. So instead of dealing with that, I changed something in the back end, so we no longer deal with model naming. So we got to choose in your workflow. You have to go hit edit and choose Claude 3.7. Just that's all you got to do because your model no longer exists. So if you're using 3.7, head over to workflows, switch it. It's simply going to edit, and in your workflow, I have a Claude right here using Claude. You can see the old version on stream right now is on stream and it's like not good. So what we have to do is we have to just click it like this, 3.7 on it and hit save. That will make sure your calls work. The API was updated and will continue to get updated like probably weekly. So you want to always go ahead and check the docs if things don't work and then always reach out to us. And special thanks to Sharon, who found a change in perplexity today. So anyone who had perplexity issues, that is solved. and it's live. So the solve is live and it'll work in your apps. That being said, any questions about the homework? This is the time you want to sort of ask it while I'm setting up.
Thank you for covering for me. I started to cough up my coffee, so I apologize ahead of time. If you do have questions, we're going to bring you up. And if you want to post them in the purple bubble or in Slack, you can do that too if you don't want to come up and speak. But I do apologize to have that in your ear in the background. And thank you, Ross. Make sure you do have your cup of coffee or beverage of choice at the ready. So at any rate, for those of you that are not in the Discord channel, TSI does have a Discord channel, so you can always have real time knowing when my AI tutor or Pixio is down. So I just wanted to put that out there too. Cash Money Cap, did you have anything else to add about this weekend's Innovators Think Tank, etc.?
I do have something I'd like to add real quick. Not about the ITT this weekend, but just about the overall ecosystem of what's going on here, guys. There's this. I'll actually post it up top. There's an account, an awesome person on X here. His name's Ludovic, creator. He's been in the ITT a few times, and he's actually been posting about his accomplishments recently of working with um, on a show, I should say, specifically the VFX in the new show. It's the number 2 in the US on Amazon, House of David. And it is super cool to see AI getting implemented in Hollywood studios right now. And it's he's using tools like Pixio, and it's super cool to see uh, tangible, real life big companies utilizing AI right now. And they're looking for people like the students in here. There were people that know their way around how to use AIs correctly and how to build these tools, how to, utilize and create correctly. So I'll share that post, and it's just a really cool, I think, some extra gasoline in the tank for the students. They keep on, creating and definitely make the projects look cool. Don't forget to post the link, by the way, to your Vercels if they're up in the Slack. I don't know. I don't think, honestly, you should post them on X, because I know some trolls and some people like to
No,
hack
this is
things.
why we have Slack. That would be the safe
Exactly.
place. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. So Ross has got the Slack set up so you guys don't get hacked.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Don't post it on Vercel because people will use your app. That's for sure.
To jump in real quick, with Ludwig, there were a handful of people that were all in our AI community that were chosen. Heather Cooper was another one, and they are using these tools in real world. And it is incredible to see how they've built this out. Any one of you, if you're building in public, they're paying attention. So it was a really big win, not just for one of our classmates, but for collective. That AI is filtering its way into what we would call legacy media. And I think it's really, really, really cool. And it was a big win for him. And it was impossible for him to keep that a secret. They had to keep it a secret for like 7 or 8 months. and I think that's delightful, to have it just show up, knock the ball out of the park, and then have so many big wins for people in our ecosystem. It's awesome. But at any rate, yes. Are you ready to go, Ross?
Yeah. So, did you guys do homework? Do you have links to share? Okay, that's cool. I see someone works. It is live. Definitely, I want to see the live version. If you're not live and you need help, give a chance to kind of talk about it, because now directions that you can go. So this is your workflow, Artie, the one you're using in your app. Let's see. Import. Nice. Habit. So that's this one. Oh, cool. So does this work already in Next.js yet in your app in Vercel, which we're going to talk about in a second? Or is this just in the back end right now?
Hello, everybody. How you doing? Well, so I guess that is the back end. Yes.
Is it in a front end though?
I think so. Yeah, I should be able to log into it, and
Is it live or is it localhost?
it's just localhost. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to talk about going live today. This is important. How many of you? I guess I can't know for sure, but so if you would like to go live with your workflows, which I assume many of you do, if you want to make money, build a little AI app, a SaaS, go live right away, you could. It's going to require you to either one, have a Railway account paid, or two, paid Vercel account. This workflow can be complicated, and you should definitely build a workflow and add it to your app. You should add like something else using the workflow technology. Homeschool. You could do this in workflows and add it directly into your app. I forgot to mention it to you, but you could totally do that. So you can take what we're doing and just add it to your app. You don't need the whole SaaS. You already have a SaaS. Just add in one more protected page with credits. But if you're not going live, you're totally fine. But if you have a workflow that's going to execute over 10 different variables, 5 variables, use Sonar reasoning, you're gonna like it's not gonna work. It will literally run out of think time. So, is there anyone here that plans on using Railway, or should we just focus on Vercel?
Ross, I think Sharon has a question for you, honey.
That, or she's just saying she's one of the Railway people, but she knows how to do it. That's what I mean. Sharon, what's your question?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Exactly.
Yeah,
That's what I
so
wanted
what
to
you
say.
do is you can just go to Railway, and I'll do it on stream, and I'll show you how to launch it on Railway. Because like that's where you would want it for you. And then for everyone else, you want to take yourself to Vercel.com. And if there was ever a time to pay $20, it's now, people. Like right now. Because your workflows will not work properly. Like AI John, you absolutely should pay one of them. Because your workflows are going to be super complicated. I already know. So it makes sense to upgrade.
Yeah, but Ross, didn't you say last week that it doesn't even make sense to do it on Vercel because you're not getting that much more time out, or am I wrong? Did
No,
I misunderstand?
you can get as much time out as you want. You just the thing is, it will charge you um per timeout. So like for example, for you, you pay for Railway, right? It doesn't really make sense for you to pay for Vercel because you could just put this on Railway. We're not using anything specific. To Vercel. So you can easily bring this to Railway. If you put it on Vercel, you'd have to pay Vercel. Even if you have Railway, because you're not putting it there, which is dumb. Put it on Railway.
Ross, Jack has a question also, hon.
Sure.
Hey, Ross. So, Alisher the other day over the weekend kind of got my VS Code fixed where my
Oh,
environment
great.
variables started working. And although I'm not sure ready to deploy it.
Well, so you kind of are, or
I
you really are, though. Everyone is, because the thing is, you want to always be in a production
okay.
environment. You never want to kind of only
So
develop local. That is scary, because the day someone's like, "I want to buy it," and then you have a whole hard issue getting it online. The best thing to do is
so
have it
um
local and online simultaneous.
so I literally clicked on upgrade my railway as you were speaking.
Okay.
It is there, for I guess starting this out, I see hobby is $5 a month.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I
Um,
can explain it if you want how that works.
yeah. So I just wanted to say, outside of Sharon, I want to go live at some point,
Yeah,
so I'm
yeah,
just going to go ahead and do that. So if you're willing to walk through it
yeah.
today or
We're gonna walk
whatever,
through both. And I
okay,
can talk
all
to
right,
being a
cool.
customer on both of them. Because I have both, and they do different things. Like, no way in 100 million years could Pixio run on Vercel. It just can't. Like, no way. Yeah, even if you pay, because we need sometimes like 4 minutes, which is like above what they're even willing to do. So like, but then AI tutor stuff runs on Vercel, so it depends. But if you're going to use Railway, it's kind of better because it runs Python and other stuff. So it's like everything
Yeah,
we're
okay,
doing
good,
plus more.
cool.
Vercel is like just Next.js and Node.js with a 15-second timeout. So like a good example, and I don't know if she's busy or wants to like explain why she had to do it, but Lucia was in the same kind of situation with building something that's like surfing like 30 web pages, for example, simultaneously, and requires a bit of thinking time. And and something like that, you kind of have no choice, right? Because the technology needs more than 15 seconds. Now, you could go to Railway, right? It's good. But the thing is, Railway, unlike Vercel, is like not capped. So you could pay $5 at Railway and then your bill could be 20, depending on what you're installing. But with Vercel, your bill could be 20 plus any extra seconds. So it's similar. You see how they're kind of similar in that way? So like if your app thinks for 4 minutes, Vercel's going to charge you extra thinking minutes, but not thinking, like it's function time, invocations. Anything outside of 15 seconds, so 17 seconds, 2 seconds invocation. Make sense?
Yep.
So for me, I have premium on both and I do what makes sense. Here's a good example. I have an app like that doesn't need more than 15 seconds, right? I put it on Vercel. Why? Because Railway will charge me for it to exist. Does that make sense?
Does
So like
to
if
me.
Railway won't charge me for it to exist, then fine, but it will. So only put on Railway what doesn't work on Vercel, and vice versa. That to me is worth it, paying both. It's like $28 a month to have both subscriptions. Plus Railway charges, so you got to pay the Railway charges too. It's kind of crazy. And if you don't delete stuff on Railway and you just go crazy, you pay like a lot.
Real quick, Ross, I have a question. The version on Vercel is $20 a month.
Correct.
And if I pay for that, I don't have $20 a month to pay for that, but I do want that kind of level of service. Where is a better place to get the same kind of services for a lower
So
price?
Vercel's the only price at that price point that will do it. As long as your workflows stay under 15 seconds, you're technically fine for free. But if you're building like
Yeah,
something complicated, you're going to need that function time. If you really wanted to do it, the best route would be you sign up for Railway right now, pay $5 a month. Your compute won't exceed like $5 because it's like one or two things. So that's like better. And you have unlimited function time.
thank you, Ross. I'll look over there.
So like Railway, if you're only having one or two projects, it's perfect. It's $5 a month. Or $20 a month if you're gonna have more than one or two projects. Because $20 gives you like more power. So when you launch like things on Railway that have to do things, like Pixio consumes a lot of power. Any questions so far on the 2 ways you can really host this right now? There's only 2 ways that we're going to cover. There's probably like numerous others.
Ross, I think Masha has a question, love.
Oh, sure. I don't see the
Well,
hand.
hi everyone. First of all, it's not really a question, but I would love if you could go over Railway in more detail too, because I'm running into issues using Claude or any more advanced models. I had to switch now to Gemini
For
1.5 because
speed?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's it, it's
So
taking too
why
long,
don't
so I
you
guess
start with
I
this?
have
Tell
to
me, ask me your questions about Railway because there's like a lot. So start with your
like.
questions, and I'll just answer them directly.
Okay, do I set it up the same as Vercel, or how would I
Yeah,
go
so
about it?
Railway doesn't have a free tier, right? Because they're a little bit more powerful. So people could do a lot of stuff. And so a free tier was when they first launched super problematic for them.
No, they still give you $5.
No, but there's no free tier.
No, yeah.
They got rid of it because of abuse. Right now, the way it works is you give 5, you get 5. So you pay 5 and you get $5 of compute. Or you pay 20 and you get $25 of compute. Plus whatever else you do. So if you pay $20, it's like the best compute, and you get like help. So let's say Masha, your app crashes, you need help now. You get like 1 hour on time. On $5, you get help. It's like go to the forum and maybe they'll help you. Maybe. Versus you're definitely getting help at $20 a month. So I recommend always for business, start at 5 and then upgrade to 20 on your first sale.
Okay, and after I signed up, I just I don't know, never been to
Oh no,
like never.
I'm gonna show it on stream how to build with it. But
Yeah, that would
if
be
you
great.
sign up and you pay $5, then you're good right now. If you pay 20, you're better because you get support, you get better compute, but you still get like for example, your app could use 8 gigs versus 33 gigs of RAM.
Well, that's a difference.
So it's like
Yes.
you pay 15 extra dollars, but in production you kind of want that. You really want support, is what you want. Support is helpful because Railway is a
Yeah,
little bit different.
yeah, but I'm not at that point
Yeah,
yet.
so
So
$5 works perfectly.
yeah.
It's only if you're gonna be installing, like for example, like N8N or like things that do a lot, you're gonna need that RAM. So like that's when you need to upgrade. But $5 is great to get started on Railway. $20 is how you get started on Vercel. That's the entry levels on both. Any other questions outside of how to do it?
Shannon has her hand up, Ross.
Sure.
Thank you, Russ. I just signed up for Railway. I'm good.
Awesome.
All my projects moved over too.
Yeah, and it's great. You're gonna see how cool Railway is. It's very interesting if you know how to use it. It's very good.
One of the other things with Railway, especially, is if you document your process, a lot of folks will hire you. It is a very useful skill to have. Sharon has her hands up. Go ahead, Sharon.
I think I forgot what I wanted to say. Oh,
Oh
yeah,
Lord.
no, you already answered it because you said we're going to do it on stream. So
Yep.
either Jack, or I don't know if Jack is ready. Either Jack and I can be your guinea pig if you want.
Yeah, we're gonna go over it in a minute. I just want to make sure everyone knows like what they are, what the difference is, and what I don't want to do is have people come up on stream right now and be like, "My super amazing, complicated workflow doesn't work," because it's saying like I ran out, and I don't know what that means, and this is what it's going to mean. So it's the difference between like your app working in production and not, depending on what you decide right now. And if you don't know what to do Vercel. It's just simply easier. If you want to save money, do Railway, a few extra steps. But you have no choice if your workflows are going to be complicated, which as they should. You know, our API can handle some really complicated stuff.
Well, just a FYI, the workflow that I have, I am having some issues with, so I'm trying to fix them right now.
What's the issue?
Yeah, it's that. So the ones I was going to use were the ones that, I don't know if you recall me saying that I pasted this stuff in and it's not picking up on the variable definitions. I thought I fixed it already, but I hadn't. So I guess I'm gonna have to just manually type it in or something. So I'm doing that right now.
Yeah, so it has to be perfect with no spaces, but
Yeah, and I think it's a formatting thing is what's going on. The way
what
I
it
did
does
it,
is
so
it picks it up when it finds it. So when it sees it, it picks it up. So just make sure it's
yeah,
like two curly braces, no space, word, two curly braces.
yeah, yep. So just FYI, I'm still fixing mine.
Any other questions about Railway, Vercel, free mode, not free mode?
Oh, can I say one more thing, Ross? I'm so sorry.
Sure.
We're gonna have a space, and I'm so happy that Alicia is gonna join me. Rutro is also part of that. We're gonna be having spaces in the future where we share a little bit more information on all of these things, because we think it's important that you guys just know what's out there and what is for what and all these things. I think that would be cool for the community that we can talk about these things on a regular.
Yeah, no,
And Ross,
it's
oh,
super
sorry.
important.
I just wanted to say real quick, Ross, John had his hand up.
Oh, sure.
With the railway to Vercel, the so to get something up and running that is not, let's say, market ready, railway $20 is the best choice, or railway
It's
5 is the
so
best.
5 is a good choice if you don't have like the money for 20. 20 is the best choice because if you're in production or you're doing something or anything and your app doesn't work, you have actually help. They will support you. And you have higher speeds. So if you have things that are complicated, it'll work much faster.
But
Either
if
way
I'm
is
just in,
okay.
but if I'm
Huh?
just in testing right now, the
$5
$5
fine.
level
Yeah.
that works. Okay,
That's
great,
what $5 basically is like
great.
messing around testing. That's
Yeah,
their
and then when I'm ready
entry.
to deploy, I can move up to a more,
Yeah.
more services and things like that.
And just so you understand, Magna, it's not that you're paying like $5 a month for servers. It's like you pay $5, you get $5 compute. So they're giving you compute, and most of the time, you're not going to exceed that $5 ever, unless you have customers.
Gotcha.
And Vercel, there's no support, and even for the $20, it's not as consistent as.
Vercel does have support only for $20, so you have to be paying them, and they're good. But if your workflow takes more than 15 seconds, so you'd be paying function time, like seconds every call. Versus Railway, you won't.
How big of a load can you put on railway until you have to like if all of a sudden you got a real project that's moving, you talk to the team
Yeah.
there and
No, it can take anything. Pixio runs on Railway, and I've never even spoke to them in my life.
wow.
Pixio's been running on Railway for 2 years, and I've never said a word to them ever. We've occasionally liked each other's stuff on social media though. So Railway has like stuff that I've written, but like we've never interacted. I did have one issue, and I reached out to Railway, and the next morning it was in the changelog. So no need for support, anyways, on there. They're just invisible and great, and I love that. Like I don't even like. I don't want drama with my hosting company. That's like the last drama I need. Everything just works. There's no issues ever. Vercel is like super annoying. Vercel won't even run if your build linting isn't perfect. Railway does not care. Vercel can't run a Docker. Railway can run multi-container Dockers, guys. Crazy. So yeah, they're just different. Railway is better for building, honestly. Little learning curve, like tiny. You'll see today. Tiny. Vercel, it's like brain dead development. You just hit a button and it's live. But you pay for that. So like brain dead deployment comes at a price. It's unfortunate, but like that's their pricing. So it's like you get 15 seconds and then you gotta like it'll just read. But you could chunk your responses and things like that. It just gets more complicated working with Vercel.
That's what I did, Ross, and it literally took me a full day
Yeah,
to
it's like
write
a whole situation.
like that.
Crazy. And then Vercel tells you, oh, by the way, Cash Money Kev, nice try, but you also run out of function calls themselves, like API calls. So it's like they'll get you some way. I know. I tried running Pixie on Vercel like 4 times. It just did not work. Everything breaks, but not on Railway. So any questions on who you're gonna pay? It's either $5 or $20 because it's not our fault when your workflows don't execute because this is now third party. If it works locally, it works. It's your host that's the problem. Does that make sense? That's what's gonna happen. It's not like a threat. It's just like how it works. And then we're gonna go into a little bit of like how to deploy this particular thing on Railway. It's quite easy. And then we'll go over it on Vercel as well. Lucia, you have a question?
Yeah, hey everybody. So what we're talking about, Railway and Vercel,
Yeah,
right? So I'm running the app on Vercel,
correct.
and so you're saying that when you, because now I'm paying for it, so you're saying that $20 version is in fact excellent.
It is,
It's
yeah.
just okay.
It's
You're
good.
you're kind of comparing the like free with free, right? Or
I'm comparing paid with paid and free with free. So there's no free on Railway, so you have to pay $5. And with Vercel, it's actually funny. I'm gonna have like a separate conversation with you probably tomorrow. It's like a funny thing that I found out is that there's a part of your app that could run in Railway, or at least has to, right? Because it's Python. You know that YouTube part?
oh, the YouTube part.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
the
check
YouTube
this
will be
out.
running.
Lucia, I found the code. I was like surfing the internets and I found the code for like both of us. So I'm gonna show you where it is. But the
Okay.
code needs to be run on Railway. So I'm gonna launch
Oh,
you one. Like I'm gonna launch a Lucia on Railway so you can like plug it into your app in the ENV so you can see like with your own eyeballs that it works, but you need to have that on Railway. But like, here's where it gets interesting. Your app technically could be a hybrid, one piece running on Vercel, one piece running on Railway. So either you might
oh,
need to pay $5 for Railway also, or just move the whole thing to Railway. But with Vercel, it's good too because it's super easy to manage for you.
right. Yeah,
But
that's
but there's a part of your app where it like goes in Python and scrapes YouTube. This cannot be done on Vercel.
oh, interesting. I
So
didn't
I'm
know
gonna
that.
deploy one for me, and then I'm gonna duplicate it and deploy it for you, so you can kind of see what it's like when it works.
Okay.
And then if you like it,
Yeah.
you can deploy it on Railway. It'll cost you $5.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
look,
I've been working on that app a lot.
that's so cool.
I'm excited. It's ready, almost ready to beta test now.
Yeah, and because what we're learning about today, you could like have a chat in your app that you can upload your documents to, like this, and chat with them.
Right. Okay.
That's
What I
new.
still way behind on the workflow.
Well, we have all the
Yeah.
GitHubs, so now you know what's going on in the world of GitHub. You can like now fork it, fill in the env, and run it.
Okay.
That's what you did the first time, just with not 100 envs.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I gotta learn how to do that still.
But yeah, you're in a good setup for production, Vercel, for you.
Right. Yeah. I think the app is ready to beta test. So almost just about. I just have to commit a few things, and then it's ready to beta test.
Yeah, it's so cool. I'm so excited to see it its final form.
I'm excited too. Like,
But at any point, you could easily swap to Railway, Lucia, anytime if it became a thing. Your app is built very smartly, right? So the calls aren't being strung out, right? For like seconds. There's like separate calls that your app is making, keeping everything under about 14 seconds. Think of you paying for it as a like a precaution. Like what happens if a deep research goes a little too far? You want to make sure it's covered, you know? But generally your app is very performant.
that's cool. I'm excited. I look forward to learning more. Got a lot to learn, but I've learned a lot just by working with Windsurfer. It's been
Yeah.
amazing.
It definitely
It's a
gets
great app.
interesting. Yeah, just be careful. Make sure that it doesn't like do bad things. Keep it under control.
And I'm learning that too, because and I'm learning how to use it so that I can kind of revert back, like and not I'm just learning how to use
Yeah,
it and
and
it's
when it gets crazy, just go grab like O1, O3, other models in AI Tutor and tell it like, "Hey, I'm trying to do this." It'll tell you what to put back in the code. And then be like, "Hey, I added this." And that's what you tell Windsurf.
oh, okay, yeah. I haven't needed to do that yet.
That's good.
Windsurfer.
Just wait.
I've been using Class 3.7, so
That's good.
most of the time.
Just make sure when you're changing databases, you're like backing it up, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Back it up like
Yeah, like you can just back up the database SQL file that you have. 'Cause I know you're making database changes. You added a name.
okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
it's cool. Good job.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Um, so guys, any questions on Vercel Railway? Because we're gonna go over Railway right now, and then I'll show you Vercel. It's all super easy. So anyone who has Railway, like the upgraded account, it'll let you get to here. So if you've gotten to here before or are here, you have to make sure GitHub's connected and you can click this button. When you do, it should load repos. Sometimes it gets weird and it doesn't. If it doesn't for you, just refresh or I'll show you how to re-add GitHub back. Railway should really fix that. And I'm putting that like on the recording. But let me know if you guys have issues when you hit GitHub. So anyone who has Railway, this is for you. If you don't have Railway, go get a cup of coffee. Come back in 5 minutes.
Ross, mine didn't connect, even though I told it to use my GitHub.
Do it again.
Yeah. How do I get back to that initial thing?
So you click the top right. And you can choose GitHub on your account. You can hit edit scope
Gotcha.
and you could do it again. Super annoying bug. Hopefully they fix it. If it makes you feel any better, it's like the only bug that I've ever seen. Like the worst thing that happens at Railway is basically this. Arguably most annoying thing ever. So I'm gonna choose season 7, which is Alisher's GitHub. So if you look, I'm just choosing it. Well, I'm about to. It's having a moment though. Error. Hold on. Let me reload. Chrome is being nuts. So you basically hit add GitHub, choose a service, and it's gonna just start deploying something. This is what it looks like when it's deploying it. So this is one deployment. So it creates a project and it creates a little node. You guys see it? So if you're trying to use Railway, this is how you would do it. This works with Next.js. And Docker files. And we're gonna let it go for a minute. And with Vercel, it's you got to put in your envs. Here, you kind of just put it in right here. So I can go get all the envs that I need to put in this project, and I can just put them here. Super easy. Probably easier than Vercel. Then I put them in, and it redeploys. That simple. And you'll be live in 2 minutes. Railway is incredible if you understand how it works. Meaning how to set certain things, how to use Dockers, how to make sure you have health checks, how to ensure that your servers stay up, how to ensure you're on Metal. So now there's like this cool new thingy called Metal. So go to regions and choose Railway Metal. And it's free if you pay. If not, not free. Unfortunately, this is one of those not free things. But it is good. And so is Vercel. Man, they're killing it. Such a cool platform, but not for like apps that require like weight and are like a little beefy that require like some memory. Vercel's good for super light apps. And when Railway builds, it actually builds in a Docker file. I don't know if you guys could see here. It's pretty cool. So it like does a little bit different than Vercel. Notice how there's no annoying errors. It's actually amazing about the no errors situation. Like a breath of fresh air. This is an example of deploying our project on Railway right now.
Ro, did you have a question, honey?
No, it's the faint of hand.
Excellent. Go ahead, Ross. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Oh, no, you're all good. So I'm just waiting for it to finish. It looks like it did. Now it's going to start deploying. Deployment is like when it actually goes into Railway. And when that happens, it looks like this. Then you go to settings, you create a domain, super easy, and you are live. Here's the app running on Railway. Look how easy that was. 2 seconds. Awesome. Any questions?
It worked. Well, sort of. The site is live and deployment was quite easy, except I did the first deployments
Failed.
through an error.
Yep, you know why?
Because of the envs,
Yep.
the variables. But after that, it went pretty smooth. But now the second workflow doesn't work. It says external API timeout. And I did switch back to Claude 3.7. Oh, hold on. I see in the API it tells me it's the wrong one.
Yeah.
But
So
well,
double check the Claude 3.7 you're using because we changed the name.
yeah, I mean in the API there's just it just says 3.7
Yep.
Sonnet,
You
right?
just want to select it and save, and you should be good.
Yeah, but then it showed me like the other stuff, like 2025 stuff.
Yeah, but that's
That's weird.
after. It's okay.
Okay, okay. But this one caused an external API timeout.
So there's no timeouts on Railway. So all you got to do is just make sure there's no timeouts on your end in your code.
Okay.
Um, you can try running the workflow again. I will look in like real time, and I'll be able to see like what happens. So if you run it one more time, I'll see if it's truly an error from the API or not.
Okay, I'll run now.
But on Railway, there's no sort of limits like that.
Interesting. Before I had a 408 error, but now this time it worked. So maybe it just took a second. This is fantastic.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna work now. Because Railway doesn't have those problems. Railway is like really awesome. But Railway sometimes does take a second for it like all to propagate.
Yeah, maybe that was the issue. But seems to be working now. Yippee.
Yeah, and this is cool because that means you're no longer bound by those like 15 seconds of API time. Now you can have a workflow that goes for 2 minutes. It's incredible. Whatever they did is so cool. Railway. Just it's such a breeze to work with. And everything's these little like cards. So just so easy. I like it a lot. So this is the Railway implementation. Any questions?
I think Masha's voice is adorable. She makes me smile every time she gets giddy. I just love it so much. It's so wonderful to see wins like that. You're like the in the background, and I clip every one of them. So that's very, very cool. Big win.
And Vercel, we know how to do that, right? Do you guys want to see Vercel?
Can I ask real quick? Didn't we use Railway a couple weeks ago? And I guess we were going through your API or something, and this is not using your API. Is that correct?
What? Try again.
Well,
Rephrase.
I thought we used Railway like a couple weeks ago because I just remember I thought we used it for something.
No, I mean I've talked about it, but I didn't actually go through it until right now. But we're the whole thing with our API instead of like OpenAI. We're gonna go over that in a minute. That's
So,
also solved. But
so
yeah,
like Masha doesn't have to use the AI Tutor API now. She just uses whatever she wants to. Is that correct?
no. So she's using the API. The only thing is she's hosting on Railway, not Vercel.
Okay.
Railway and Vercel are hosts. Like
Okay.
if she removed the API, her app would work. Like it would show up, but it wouldn't actually work. There's no API.
Right.
Think of it like a host. It's like a host. That's what it actually is in this situation.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Oh nice. Cash Money Kev put something here from GitHub. Nice. So yeah, any other questions? I think
Lucia has her hand up.
okay, what's up?
I have a question about signing up with Railway.
Okay.
It says like on their agree to our fair use
Yep.
policy, it says like you cannot deploy
Yep.
mirrors slash user bots.
Hmm.
What is a user bot? Is that not a chat bot? What is that?
No, a user bot's someone that like, or not someone, but like a bot that works in tandem and pretends to be you.
Okay, so it's not a chat
No,
bot.
so
Okay,
if
it's
you
not a
sign
bot.
up, you can get YouTube to work basically.
Okay, I was just kind of
Yeah,
wondering
I'm
because I
gonna
don't know all the.
I'm gonna build a YouTube probably tomorrow for me, and I'll show you how it works. And if you want it, you can literally just deploy it from GitHub to Railway, $5 a month, and you could search YouTube. And the good thing, you know, you gotta remember, Lucia, you're the builder. You could literally turn off YouTube. Just be like, you know what? No, just delete it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Definitely. I also can't get the search map search working yet, but
Well, that's a different kind of problem. So that Lucia, that's one of those fancy square plastic things that solve that problem. So you have to go to Google and you have to give them your credit card.
oh,
That's
that
why.
kind of stuff. Man,
Yeah,
I'm
they're
having
not
a.
going to charge you for what it's worth. They're not. They just in order to activate the maps, you need to have enable billing
Oh,
on.
okay. So they won't charge me, but I'd have to put that in. Okay,
Yeah,
I gotcha.
super easy though. But that's why maps won't work. That makes sense. Any other questions? Railway versus Vercel? Because if you're gonna launch and actually make money with this, you're gonna need a professional host, whichever way you go. And also, Whitney, did you fix your login issues? Are you still having problems? Because I don't have any problems logging into the API at all. So if you do, I'm want to help. You guys have no issues logging into API, right? Everyone here? Good. Okay, cool. So, any questions about where you should host? Because you're gonna run into problems, and that's why we're going over this. Um, Especially with like the next part of what I'm gonna explain, which would increase your time because you're gonna be searching through vectors and vectors of databases. Hang on one sec, guys. Um, so when you're making these workflows, especially as they get more complicated, your workflows are going to begin to slow down and take a little bit more time. And this is going to happen when you start introducing new features. So, few things. One, as we near the end of the month, the AI Tutor API is going to go live to the whole world, which means that people could, for the first time, get credits with real American dollars, and they don't need to subscribe to AI Tutor. So, with the release of this, there's going to be a lot of things going on. Mainly, Alisher has been making really cool starter kits for all these new people that are going to be using these tools. Now, you guys could benefit from this. And so I'm going to go over two of the things that we're releasing um, that are potentially not to derail you, but they're two variants of what we're doing today. But there's more you can do now, and it's more flexible. And we've also combined RAG and chat together, and we're going to talk about that. So you guys have the original repo, and the original repo is good. It is not bad, but there has been an update to that repo, which is just better. So even though it may require some reworking on your end, it's definitely worth checking out, especially for Masha and people. And I just know because she wanted to use this feature, and other people that are figuring out or wanting to have a chat with documents. The implementation is completely done, actually, and it's in the GitHub that I just posted. This GitHub comes not only with the RAG, but it comes with the chat coming directly from the API. So you do not need an OpenAI key for the first time to combine this together. This is basically everything we did with new additions and new API key. So it will require you to get the RAG API, which is soon going to have a better name and its own little fun URL. Right now, it's super boring and does not. But you will need an account separate from the AI Tutor API. And you can find this inside Premium in AI Tutor. So in AI Tutor, there's like in the Premium, there's this. It's called RAG API. And you could go there and you have your own RAG system in which you can upload documents and you get a key. You need this key and documents uploaded to be able to make this work. Because basically, it lets you upload a document and talk to it. And the upload puts the document here in your account, and talking to it parses the AI Tutor API chat with the RAG API chat together so that it's an actual conversation. So if you wanted to take the next step, this is the API gonna be the new starter kit for like 100 million reasons because it's so much better than where we started. Any questions on how this is different than what you've been working on? It'll look very close to the same. One new API key is needed to make it work.
Hey, what does rag mean?
What does RAG mean? Do you want the definition or like actually what
I
it
mean,
means?
what is it? What is rag in this context? I should say, like
Like
I
what
don't
it stands
understand.
for?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, it's just
So it's
what.
like you upload you up so in the context of like homeschool, right? You would upload a textbook and then you can ask about things in the book and it won't hallucinate.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, thanks.
It's like you're uploading things and it won't hallucinate anymore. So like if it was like the sales data for your company, you'd want to upload that and have no hallucination. That would be bad. You'd want it to actually read the numbers. You don't want it to be like, oh, you're making $4 billion this year and you're making like 100. You don't want that. Any questions on the new repo? Because it's not like we're starting fresh and we're gonna just like restart and that's that. Like this is your options going forward. As you if you decide to launch this, you're gonna have some options of deployment. This is one of them. Any questions?
I got one.
Sure. Shoot.
So we did some work over the weekend, and I know you said you just posted that. The one I have an AI tutor rag key already. My public API URL is a railway app. And
Yeah, I mean if you have it and you're using it already, you're fine. Nothing changed.
okay, now I got one other question, and you can berate me if you want to. Because I know it's a dumb question, but I just don't know the answer. So there's pushing and pulling from GitHub desktop to. So what happened? Let me cut to the chase. I tried to do the workspace in Railway, and it said it gave me an error, and it said it didn't recognize my current repository. I was getting errors with it, so I was like, "Ooh, maybe I didn't push it back to GitHub."
No, well,
After we
I
made
had
the
that
changes.
issue and I just went into the project and did it that way.
So how did you do that directly from the project?
You just go into your project and then you just hit create.
That's what
It's
I
on live
did.
stream right now.
Yeah, I'm watching.
And then you go to GitHub and then you select your GitHub.
Okay, let me try that. So in VS Code though, if I save the application to VS Code after editing all that stuff,
It goes nowhere until you put it somewhere. Just so you know. You just
right.
have to push it together. Yeah.
So it's push, right?
Yeah. In GitHub desktop, commit push.
So the weird thing is, if I open GitHub desktop, it's like I got a whole bunch of red.
Well,
So it's like
red means remove. Normally.
okay. So green is add, red is remove,
Yeah.
and yellow is do nothing.
Yeah. So if you didn't have red, it means you did nothing. So that would be bad. You know, you want red.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay, and then I want to push it if I want to basically
Yeah.
upload it to GitHub. Yeah.
To put it in
Okay.
the
To
world.
sync
Yeah.
up the. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, and then select it from Railway and the
Yeah.
workspace,
Yeah.
and it should go get
Yeah.
it from GitHub. And yeah, yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah. And you could also run over SL too. It just depends what you're building. Like I know just from like the back end of what AI John is building, he needs Railway. If he
Well,
doesn't
and I've
know it yet,
seen
he knows
that
now.
John and I are working on something similar and actually working together a little bit in the background
Okay.
on
Well, I
some
know his is
related
complicated, so
stuff.
Railway would be the
Yeah,
best.
so and what I'm working on building is gonna be, so that's why I wanted to upgrade to Railway too. So
Railway also could have a random glitch. Just try refreshing and you should be good.
okay, thanks.
Any other hands? I literally can't see anything. It's so annoying.
Masha has her hand up, Ross, unless it's a ghost hand.
Oh, no. Hopefully it's not a ghost. Maybe. Is it a ghost?
Who is a ghost? I'm not a ghost.
Did you have a hand up?
Yes.
Okay, what's up?
What did I want to say? Oh yeah, about the new repo. If I remember correctly, in the previous version, Alicia built in that upload feature or file history on the front end. Is that still the case? Because if not, I would like I'm trying to figure out whether it's
Same repo, I think. Season 7.
It's the season 7 repo, and if you have that repo, then it's that. I'm just reminding people that there was like the original repo, this new repo with the RAG API. So in your ENV, if you have RAG API, you have this one already.
Okay, yeah, because I just worked my way through those new files he added with the RAG and implemented
Yep.
those into my existing
Right.
project.
Perfect.
So I'm done then. So I don't have to
Yeah, so if you like modified his project and then went to GitHub and said pull and got those new files, that's perfect.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome. The only thing that's truly new in this equation is the React Native example he built, which I'll tell you a little bit about. We're not really covering it here, but it's something you can build. But basically it's a way to create a mobile app, iOS and Android with the API. So creating your own mobile app powered by the AI Tutor API. So you can literally offer it, change the name, reskin it, make it your own.
Like reminds me to try it on the Mac.
You use it as lead generation, use it as your a premium asset for your brand, or just make a cool app and make it like $1 and 1 million people get it and you're a millionaire. Any of those things you can do with this. And it's actually free, which is kind of nuts. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that you can literally fork this thing and build an app like it's on his phone. Like, it's really powerful stuff. Like all the code is written, all of it. It's not like a starter kit; it's like a whole kit.
Ross, Lucia has her hand up too.
Sure.
Okay, so that's really, really cool. And I didn't understand most of that, what you said about the making the app, but can the app I'm building become a mobile app with this, or does that have to be something different?
No, so the way he built the app, you could sort of follow that. But yeah, you can build a mobile app with the AI Tutor API, which you get like in premium. There's like the RAG API, and then you can click AI Tutor API to get in there. And you could build an app that's not necessarily your app that you're building, a different kind of app. To do your app, you would have to take what he did, like learn, and then do the same thing. It's called React Native.
Okay. Okay.
But think of what where this GitHub is like a done for you app. Like it's all done.
Hmm.
You just kind of put in the env and build it.
Hmm. That's interesting. Cool. I'm gonna learn more.
You should. You should always try and learn as much as possible because doing this stuff is really difficult. Doing it alone is super difficult. So like doing it with friends is a lot better. Having a community where you can like ask questions about certain things is really helpful, and just kind of always being open to learning. That's how you really excel in this space, honestly. Oh wait, I see a hand. This is crazy. Masha, I see it, the hand for the first time all
Yay!
day.
Another win. Yeah, just to piggyback off Lucia's question, but I would be able to take like maybe make a mini version of my web app and turn it into that mobile app by just hooking up that maybe the simple workflow and turn this one into like maybe a free version of the app or something like that. Would
Yeah,
that
yeah,
work?
yeah. And then you can like direct people to the full version. Or
Oh,
you
that's
can
good.
modify this one to like use the login and workflow and credits the same way. You just have to modify. We didn't add credits and we didn't add Stripe here. But in theory, if you have a user already, right? Technically, they could log in if you implement off.
Awesome.
So I know, I think, are we using Clerk, Alisher, for the season 7 API? We are, right? No? No? Next off? Yeah. So you would have to figure out a way to take what we're doing in Next Off and do it in the app, which is totally doable. I mean, it's just React Native. It's like a big, huge thing. And you can ask AI about it. And all you got to do is add auth into React Native somehow. The same auth that you're using, like the same database, basically. It needs to read from that database. And if a
Yeah,
user's
I was
there,
just about
let
to
them
say
use
that.
it.
Yeah, I was just about to say that if I would connect like the React app to the same database to read
Hmm.
like the user ID, so they would be
Yeah,
able to
yeah.
log in. Okay. Yeah.
It's actually genius because I had a similar problem with AI Tutor where I needed like an admin panel. So instead of finding something that would be compatible with my code, which nothing was, I created something that listened and looked for the database, pulled all the users and their names and their like status, like paid, not paid. And so I built that from the outside in, where I'm like, okay, here's my like this is what I told AI. I'm like, here's my database. Here's the env variable. I want to connect to this database and list all the users in a table. And it was able to do it. So I assume if you create like a basic login system that uses that database in React Native, it also will work.
Fantastic.
But yeah, this is a mobile app version, which is really cool and something you guys should definitely take a look at like when this is over.
So Ross, dumb question, I think, but so the ENV is nothing but all of your keys that you need to get into all these apps and make them all act like open the door for you, huh?
Yeah. So you can move from like Vercel to Railway, just bring your EMVs.
Right. So to have, you could have like a notepad of all your ENVs, huh? Basically.
You could. Hopefully, it's not a physical notepad that you could like lose at a party somewhere, and it's like
Right.
in the computer. But
Right. But okay, that was enlightening. I just figured that out just now what the env file actually did. So
Yeah, it like
basically, like
connects
all
to
it's all your
everything.
it's all your passwords.
Yeah, it's like you're from like the crypto world. It's like your wallet.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you again.
Yeah, no problem. Everyone understands so far how to do everything we just did, or understand what we're doing. Because we're just going over the ways you can actually launch this, because now it's getting more complicated. Like the RAG makes it more complicated. That increases your timeout time immediately.
Ross, Sharon has her hand up, Honey Bear.
Oh, sure. I can't see. We're back to not seeing hands.
I just have a question regarding Neon. Because I remember you said that you can't just change anything in that user base, but let's say credits are set. Can I just adjust that in here without a problem?
Credits here in the SaaS, like how much it costs.
No, I just want to give a user credits. And can I just change that in the Neon database without
Yeah,
doing?
that's like the easiest way.
Okay.
You know what I did with Lucia, which is like a little crazy? We created a URL that if you visit that URL while logged in, you get free credits. So there's fancy things you can do.
Would you spill the beans, please?
Well, we just created a URL that when you visit the API route, there's a password. If you put the password, it automatically gives you credits. It's pretty simple. It's like just an API request called API get credits. You can literally tell the AI, I want to create an API route, but you can only visit it with the password. And then when you get there, it gives credits to the account logged in. And that's what it'll do for you. Also, really quick, Artie, I forgot to mention it. You are awesome for getting us that domain. I literally saw it in my wallet, and then I saw the post. So you're awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Dre. That was Lover actually did that. He minted it.
Well, I don't know. You guys are both a part of it,
But
but it just happened, and I was like, oh,
it's pretty cool. It's like a Web3 Hallmark card, man. That's what it is. It's
it's cool.
it's pretty cool. Yeah. So
Did you get him a .eth or did you get him an ENS?
it's an ENS. It's techinschools dot you
Aw,
inspire
such a
me.
nerdy thing. I'm so proud of you, Artie. That was very cool.
Yeah, dot you inspire me dot eth. So if anybody's ever inspired you in your life, you can get them a crypto wallet, and it's got like a 9-year life on it right now. But that's more people. But I'm trying to get 100 inspiring people randomly, basically, picked from another 100 random people to form a group and kind of be my 100 inspiring people that run my project with me, so that it's a community project, not just me calling all the shots.
I think that's really cool. That's very,
So
very cool. Both Sharon and Rutro have their hands up too, but Artie, that was a pay it forward. That's pretty cool. I don't know which one of you had your hands up first. I think it was Sharon and then Rutro.
Yeah, I
Go
think I
ahead.
figured it out already. After I do a change in Neon, do I have to, in VS Code, I do have to do push or so?
No, if you change it in Neon, the amount of credit somebody has, it's instantly updated in their credit account.
Okay.
Unless, are you talking about in the code where you change it? Like, where is your credits held? Is it in the Neon database? I have to check.
Yeah, it is.
So did
So
you
that
change it?
I changed it, yeah. So
And
I
it
don't
worked?
have, well, I have to see now. I have to run the workflow. I'll tell you if it works in a
It was
moment.
no big deal. I just said that you and I were working on similar things as it relates to our workflows and kind of in the background helping each other out.
Ruh-roh, did you have something to say, Honey Bear?
I did. I have a dumb question. I've
No
never
dumb
really
questions.
launched a I've never really launched a mobile app. I know I've, mobile responsive UI, that kind of thing, but never really launched. So when you say this is like mobile ready or it's a mobile app with via React, this doesn't mean this you could take it to the Apple Store or Google Store, or how would they get it, I guess is my dumb question.
So there's fees. So you got to pay $20 for Google per year, and I think 200 for Apple, or 150 per year to be able to distribute in their stores.
Yeah, and I don't really care about that, but you don't need to have it in there, right? No,
Well, if you want to get your ad to people, you definitely do. There are other
that's what I
ways.
thought. Yeah.
If you're doing Android distribution, well, and Apple too, it's just a little harder. There's a website that will let you upload and distribute for $3 a month, but it doesn't put you in the App Store. You get a private link that looks like an App Store.
Yeah, I just sort of figured that whole mobile thing was and it takes a while to get approved and through the
Nah,
gauntlet.
you could literally submit to Google today and be in the store by tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Apple, maybe 2 weeks.
Okay, thanks.
It's not that crazy. It's just you got to have your ducks in a row. You got to have your screenshots. You got to have your bio. You got to have your little accounts. Everything's got to check out.
Alrighty, thank you.
But there's definitely no free put your app in the App Store situation. I wish.
I wouldn't think.
You still have to pay, even if it's a free app, unfortunately.
Ross, I have a question.
Sure.
So now I changed my prompts in the API AI Tutor. Well, I mean, that's the only place you can change them. So I changed the workflows, right? And now it doesn't, it's not working anymore. It kind of broke, but the variable thingies are still there. But I'm just wondering, I mean, nothing can be wrong with the code, right? I mean, I didn't change anything there.
When you run it in the API, does it run the way you expect?
Yeah, they work individually, yeah.
So then in your code, you got to make sure that you're chaining it properly.
Well, but it worked before, so how can it break in my code?
Well, so in your code, when you're chaining, you're basically taking the answer from one and giving it as the input to the other.
Yes.
So in your code, you're actually taking the response and passing it. So if one of the workflows is running and you're not getting the right response, but on our API it does, then it's your code.
Well, I mean, I can't chain them. I can only look at them individually, right? And they all work individually,
So
so.
chaining them, it means that the answer that you get from the first one has to be properly put to the second one.
Yeah, but yes, I know, but I just I changed the workflow within the API. I didn't change anything in the code, so.
What did
And
you
the variables
change?
are the same, so that's why I'm just wondering why it doesn't
Whoa,
work.
what did you change?
Well, some sentences.
Well, do you have the old one?
No.
So this is the purpose of branching, by the way.
I know. Oh yeah, shit. See. Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. Yeah, how it goes. That's how it goes.
But if it's working individually in the API, there really shouldn't be a reason why it's not working in your code. You could come
Why?
and show me.
Well, that doesn't
I mean, I'm just
help. I'm
curious,
not. Yeah, but I don't want to hold everybody up.
I
This
mean,
is ridiculous.
it's like
It's
5 minutes. I
troublesome.
could just see like what's going on. You're already in live
Well,
stream, so
you say so.
well, it'll help
If you,
other people. Maybe someone
if
else wants to chain.
well, I don't know if someone wants to look at my dumb problem. Okay. Okay.
And then we have to talk about some other stuff in a minute about like if you do launch, like how do you do this safely and what do you have to change and remove? Because there's quite a bit you'd have to change before this can even be a product at all. Sharon, share your screen. Let's see.
Yeah, let me, I'm having trouble. Don't worry about it. I'll figure it out. I'm just gonna work on it. I'll just ask later if I don't get it to work. Don't
But
worry.
I want to see really quick. I might be able to spot it really and see what the problem is.
But I'm gonna have to go through all of these workflows. That's a lot of work now.
How many do you have?
A few, so I'll figure it out and see
If you were looking in the response, if it's picking up some sort of word or something, make sure that you're passing all the responses. One thing I recommend is tell it to log every step of the way. So it'll be like workflow 1, running workflow 2, sending workflow 1 to 2. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, writing better logs. Yeah,
Ask
better
it to
logs.
be like super annoying with the logs.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, well that's a good idea now to troubleshoot if it's with code. Okay.
Masha, you have a question? I see a hand now. Look at this.
Oh wow. That was quick. Yes. Do you keep your logs in after you're done with building something?
Technically, no, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to like kind of wipe them out on lunch day.
Okay. Okay.
But they're really good for like building.
Yeah,
What I do
absolutely.
is
I do have the logs
I
in, but
comment
I
them
was
out.
wondering.
So easy. Once you're like done, you comment the log out, and then if something goes weird and you need to log again, uncomment.
Oh, so you're commenting them out. You're not
Yeah,
deleting them? Okay.
no, because then like I want to do something and I want to bring them back.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Good to know.
Rutro is back and has a question.
We didn't go through the chaining aspect, have we? I didn't think so.
No, so like that's code. You
Oh,
could do that with the repo
okay.
that Sharon has. So there's a public repo on. I gotta find it. It's somewhere. Hold on. I'm gonna post it so you guys can all see it.
I remember talking
Yeah,
about it
Sharon built it
sort of
one
at
day.
the end. Yeah.
Yeah, she decided to build it one day, so I decided to put it for everyone so they could see. I put it in Slack if you guys want to check out the chain.
Thank you.
Now this product could be a product, like it's like real, right? It's like real SaaS thing. Make sure if you're using this, and you're not Masha, because I know hers looks different. You want to make sure for like so many, hopefully obvious reasons, you remove all branding. AI Tutor API, AI Tutor, pink logos. Is everyone clear there? This is important because your starter kit cannot look like our official starter kit, especially like the branding. So make sure if you're going to market that you take a moment, a few moments, and go through all of it before inviting your first few test users. Any questions there? Because that's super important.
Why did you say not like me?
Oh, because yours looks different, like very different already.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, so like you're not using the look of like our homepage right now. But when you first fork this and you build it, it's like you could be walking around out here with our look and layout on your SaaS. So you want to make sure that's not the case. Even if you steal the layout, it's fine. Just like get rid of the logos, get rid of the branding, everything. That's what's important. That your product doesn't say AI Tutor API in the footer because you forgot. You know what I mean? Or Tech in Schools Initiative 2025 in the footer. Or like my Twitter.
I have a question for Masha.
Huh?
What's human des- Yeah, what's human design? Is it sort of like a astrology, like when you're born and where and things like that?
Yeah, it takes astrology into consideration. It's a mix of a few ancient things like the I Ching and astrology and things like that, and you basically put in your birth date, and then it calculates your unique energetic profile, which yeah, is unique for every one of us, and basically guides you in your decision making.
Very cool. Thank you. I never heard of that. Astrology, yes, but human design, that's really cool. Thanks.
Oh, please be careful if you go down that rabbit hole, because it's deep one.
And it is cool, Masha. I remember when I first saw it, I thought it was super interesting. I think these niche tools are gonna be really interesting in the future. Because being able to create your own tools is like where we're at right now. And like only 10% of people like that I know in like professionally and just regular, I would say like not even 10, like 5, actually know how to build. And it's a difference between like some, company paying you $10,000 to implement an AI solution that is going to take you maybe 30 minutes with the starter kit and an API key. It's pretty wild where we're at right now. Because then no one understands the value because it hasn't been valued yet. It's too new. But when people understand how powerful these things are, businesses are going to be just looking for every way to work with AI and embed AI in their business. And you guys could be a part of that. I think that is sort of where we're at right now. And it's crazy because a lot of people just like are ignoring it. And it's like a huge thing. Like the real way to sort of use AI and make money would be like build something. And now it's so easy. The AI Tutor API is so ridiculously easy. It's almost like cheating. And now you have the whole SaaS. So like I hope you guys build something, even if it's small. Even if you have no idea who's gonna buy it. Just build it. You lose nothing. Well, you lose like $5 or $20, one of those. But still worth it. Because AI tools are something that can go on like your resume. You can build custom AI tools for friends and businesses. And you never even have to tell them about like how you did it. And that's how like businesses like revolve around products and services. Like what do you think web hosting companies do? WordPress hosting, WordPress firms. What do you think they do? They build a business around WordPress, which is already free. Think about it. Already free. But not everyone knows how to use it. So companies pay $500 a month to make sure their site don't go down. Because guess what? That happens.
In the consulting world, this is like you get a cookie cutter thing and you just keep you reuse it and flip it up, right? Yeah.
You can totally corner the market and be like, I'll build you an AI SaaS for $750. That's a full market cornering. There's not even a developer on this planet that will do it for that cheap. How are you able to do it? You're going to leverage an open source repo and the AI Tutor API to make it super fast. Even 2 of them a month is still really good. It's all profit. Because at the end of the day, they have to go get an API key, not you. You're just going to make the money and then go about your life. Just imagine. You can literally build someone a whole SaaS for $700. You can even do it for $500. Totally ruin the whole market. You can do so much damage. Okay, now I'm starting to see like hands. You guys have questions? This is cool. Hands, finally.
Sharon and Rutro both, or Artie, both have questions.
That's so funny. Yeah, finally. Yeah, I found the problem. I'm so retarded. But anyways, I just a letter. Yeah, I changed a word. I changed a variable, but I just realized that.
She
See,
did.
the problem is fixed, and I didn't waste anybody's time.
Well, there you
With
go.
my eyes, it wasn't AI. I used my own eyes to find that problem. See?
Well, that's good.
So I was thinking about an example, Ross. Maybe you would give us an example of how you would do that for a company. But like with all of the AI now, you really don't need a lawyer to go draft up a will or a divorce or anything like that.
No,
But so that's going to kind of put the low level attorneys out of it,
definitely
out of the
will.
loop. And in 10 years, there aren't going to be any high level because we don't have any low level ones anymore. So I'm thinking maybe the attorneys need a program that goes through the documents real fast and just scans it and sees. Once you make a document, you still have to take it to a lawyer to kind of get it signed, right? And everything. Maybe they could just have a program that just scans them real quick and
Yeah,
says,
I
"Yeah, it's
mean,
good."
you're
So,
basically describing like using a RAG API.
right?
And
Could do
that's
that. Huh?
like, and that's the cool thing. You literally get the software already pre-built right now for you to even like, you could create a chatbot with RAG API right now.
Right. That's awesome, man. Okay.
And on that brings me to my next announcement. So people that are going to be wanting to build with RAG, let's say you're going to want to do this. You're going to want to make that lawyer app, right? You're going to need powerful RAG and you're going to need no rate limits. Now, until next week, well, this week, Friday, yeah, Friday, it was not available. But now it's going to be available because every one of you are on a rate limited version of the RAG API because we haven't actually announced it anything yet. But if you're going to use it and you're going to need like hundreds and hundreds of documents, it might be worth upgrading because the price is going to be $19.99. It's gonna be the starter monthly. But if you upgrade prior, it's gonna be $15 a month. So like $5 off every month. So if you want to do that, you can let us know. But like for what you described, you would want the non-rate limited one that can handle thousands of documents. And for everyone else that's not using it or wanting to do that kind of stuff, it's going to be completely free. The free tier will just be rate limited, meaning calls per second, calls per minute. Everyone understand what I mean? I'm going to go over it a little bit on the stream.
So it's not limited in terms of numbers of documents.
So yeah, so it's limited in both numbers and rate limit.
How many documents would that be?
So if you look at the screen right now, right? Hold on. One sec, guys. So we have a few limits. So if you're looking at the screen, when you're uploading documents, this is going to be limited to on the free tier, so no upgrade. Probably around 20 documents, 30 documents. Once upgraded, it will have no limit. So there'll be no hard limit on the first basic tier of $20 a month. There'll be no hard limit of documents. The limit is going to be on calls and requests. So how many times you can like go talk to the rag, and how many times you could do it in a second, in a minute. Does that make sense? So we're gonna launch this week, Friday. And it's gonna be $19.99 a month. And you won't need to upgrade if you're not really using the rag, or if you're gonna be fine with 20 documents. But if you're gonna do lawyer stuff, you're gonna need to make multiple connections, multiple calls in one conversation. You might want to upgrade and save $5 a month every month, because it's our pre-release sort of price that we're gonna stick to. But it doesn't affect pretty much anyone unless you're about to build like a really crazy rag app that needs like 100 pages of stuff. But for 90% of people to test it and use it, there's a free tier, and that's perfect. Any
Ross,
questions there?
yeah, will you post something about that up in the bubble for us, or like give us some kind of like a link for that, or make sure I know where I'm going to find that?
So I'm gonna be posting it in Slack, not here, because I don't want people to like click it out of context and not know what it is.
I gotcha. Thank you very much. I'll check Slack.
But as of right now, when you go there and log in, right, the Stripe isn't even connected yet. So what's going to happen is on Friday, there's going to be a V1 and V2 for the first time ever. So this affects you if you're using our rag, right? V1 will be deprecated Friday. The code will change. The endpoints will change. We will release an updated version of this season 7 repo um, with the new endpoint, which is fine. V1 will continue to work, but it will cease to work at some point. V2 is going to be the production official launch, because we're going to launch the API, AI Tutor API, and the RAG API at the same time publicly. And so what this allows is the ultimate flexibility, right? So let's say you're not an AI Tutor subscriber. You can actually get the RAG API and not the AI Tutor API. Let's say you have your own API and you need RAG. You could do that. Let's say you have AI Tutor, you get a free tier and some credits to play with on RAG and the API. But let's say you don't have any of that, you can also just get the API. So it's a very public way for people to use our technology without being a subscriber. And when they
That's
do,
nice. That really gives you guys a lot of flexibility, huh?
yeah. And what's great is there's a free tier, a forever free tier on the API. So you log in for the first time, you get 10 credits. You'll get another 10 credits next month. Past 10 credits, you must buy a credit pack. This is already live in the AI Tutor API. So we're just prepping for the launch. But yes, Magna, it's true. Very, very flexible way to use our technology. And it's all engineered to be pay as you grow, which is awesome.
So you can only upload one file at a time, eh?
No. So the production
Okay.
API will be multiple files at different times, same time. You could even delete files out of the RAG with the production version. That's what's launching. So that's going to be starting Friday, $20 a month, but you can upgrade now, like for 15 a month. And that's going to be our special intro price for anyone that wants it. But it's going to be able to handle thousands of uploads.
So far, I have like 5 megabytes. That's all. So
So
it's not bad.
it's really not about the uploads of the megabytes. It's really about the inference, right? So if you're building that lawyer thing, when you're about to upload and send like 20 calls at once, you're gonna want that rate limit like gone.
Actually,
Yeah.
I'm putting the Bible thing together. So
Yeah.
it's 46 PDFs.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you want to upgrade, it could take that, for example, because that would be over the minimum or maximum of free tier.
Right. That's the 5 megabytes, but the 46, the
It's
Bible is
not
gonna.
about the megabytes. It's about the PDFs. It's about the individual vectors. It's about the calls, not about the
Okay.
megabytes.
Right.
Because remember,
Okay. I'm gonna. I'm
on the first tier for $20 a month, it's unlimited megabytes. So it's not
right.
about the megabytes.
Hey,
Okay.
hey
I'm looking
Ross.
at. Go ahead.
Ross,
Yes.
I mentioned to you that 3D file, which I still owe you. I will get that over to you tonight.
Oh, no worries.
For the vector drawings, is that do you anticipate that being part of that plan?
For uploading drawings, like pictures into RAG, yeah.
Yeah,
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 we're
okay.
going to. Like
So
it's gonna be able to do a few things. We're still gonna be playing around with like what kind of media we can upload. We're gonna start with PDFs and text, and then we're gonna start with PDFs with pictures, and then also pictures, and then hopefully potentially video.
yeah, and this what I'm referring to really are CAD drawings, right? So 3D CAD drawings. So I'll send you some, take a look at it. They're vector-based drawings.
Yeah,
Don't they have
And
circular references, those CAD ones? Yeah.
they do.
it depends
We
on
have
the
to.
platform, but yeah.
We're gonna be slowly like changing out how it works. I know on the backlog is PDFs with images, so being able to see the images in the PDF, and then images alone, which would cover like CAD stuff. But if it's like dot something else, it has to be handled differently. But I know what I want to do is eventually do like upload a video and be able to like talk to that video because that's also
Yeah, it's
possible.
very cool too. Yeah, that's pretty cool too, for sure.
And the file size, what's the limit there?
I don't think there's a file size limit. Oh yeah, there is. 20 megabytes per you mean per like file, right? But when you upgrade, that'll be lifted. This is just for now, for free tier. Because free tier is tough, as you probably can assume.
So it's 20 megabytes for 20 total files on the free tier. Is that right?
Yeah. So like
Okay.
anything in production would be like problematic if you were on a free tier because people are going to be hitting a rate limit, right? If you're having people use it together in a span of let's say 10 minutes, you're gonna hit a rate limit. So it's like ideal for testing, not ideal for production.
Yeah, I mean, in my case, I think it doesn't make sense to use the free tier because I just assume that at some point I will have more than 20 users uploading
Yeah,
their
and
charts
what's
into
good in your
into
case
the
is we're gonna act as like hosting those files too for you, so you don't even gotta worry about that.
right.
And plus, when we pay the $20, we support tech in schools. So
That's true.
right, I'm all about it.
And I'm gonna be putting the Slack a way that you can purchase it early. If you wait till Friday, it'll just be probably $20 or $30. We're actually not settled on it, but if you upgrade here during the season, like not during the season, like literally now, my what I want to do is $15 a month for any one of you guys who wanted to do it. But like we're still not fully set on 20 and 30, but we're gonna get to a fully set by Friday. But if you do want to use it, you definitely could upgrade. Um, you just gotta click the link and it'll work. And I'm gonna put it in the chat. You don't have to do it. Free tier is fine. But if you know you're gonna do it, you might as well because all the other rag things are really expensive. And this is like the only solution that I found for us to use that made sense. And then when it launches V2, you're gonna basically have it'll just say like you've been upgraded manually by the team, for example. And there's no discount codes or anything. It's just sort of this one price, $15.99, And then after, you won't be able to use this link anymore because this link won't exist anymore because you can upgrade within the app. We're going to be using Stripe. And whatever it is, whether it's 20, 25, or 30, you can upgrade there at any point in time. And rate limits will be lifted on your account. So will the amount of PDFs and how fast you can ingest and how fast you can recall memories. And I did put it in Slack for anyone who does want to upgrade. If you do upgrade, expect me reaching out to you tomorrow or something to get your new account situated on the new version V2 of the RAG API, which is more powerful.
So this link is valid till Friday, right?
Like probably tomorrow, between tomorrow and Friday. I don't know when I'm gonna like put it online fully, but V2 will not have a free tier actually. Only V1 will remain the deprecated one will have a limited free tier because it's expensive, the new version, what we're doing. The inference.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just asking if I can get a little bit of sleep
Yeah,
before I
it doesn't
deal
matter.
with
You could do it
financial
tomorrow.
stuff.
I'm just tomorrow's fine. It doesn't matter. I just know like before Friday, once we have it online on V2, everything will just go through Stripe from that point on. So if you do it tomorrow, anytime, you should be fine.
So, next week, Friday, or
No,
this?
this week. We're launching it this week.
Okay.
But again,
Like
you don't
in
have
2
to do it.
days.
The max it's gonna hit would be $25-$30 at max. It's just we have to see how much it actually costs, right? Because if we do this and we have like people paying $15, $20, and it costs like 50 actually, then we can't. You know what I mean? So we have to like do those tests, and that's what we're gonna do over the next few
Yeah,
days.
but the problem is for me, I don't know at the end how much data I really need. That's just the problem. So let's say it's let's say it's only 5 pages of data. Does that even make sense then if we go to production, if we then pay for the RAG, or can we just use the chat
It
bot
it,
that?
it depends. Like, are users uploading their own data?
No.
Are are you going to be asking questions to the PDFs? And if you are, those are where the rate limit comes in. So then for right now in Slack, that upgrade's like worth it. It's $15 and you don't have rate limits. And you
So
could
I'm rate
do
limited if I use it
yeah,
within
but
the workflow.
you got to remember you can use RAG for anything, not just like the AI Tutor API. So you can build anything, any app like Champ app, and you could add embedding and RAG to it. Because you have a RAG API key, you know?
Yeah, that's
So
true.
it's just up to you, like if you're going to use it. If you're not going to use it, it's not worth upgrading. If you're going to use it, RAG 2.0 is going to allow you to upload multiple files at the same time. It's going to allow you to delete. It's going to be much faster. And we just have to see how much it costs. I'm doing a sort of really sort of entry promo where people can go to Slack and they could hit the link and they could sign up for what's about to launch, which is the new RAG. And they're not going to have limits. Unfortunately, even during our initial tests, it's not cheap.
Well, and where
Believe it
do
or
we
not.
sign up? So we have absolutely no limits with
No.
15. You're telling us we have no limits. If I were to wake up tomorrow and build 500 apps because I transform into cybernetic superwoman, it doesn't matter what. You're going to be like, yep, $15, honey. That's it. Okay.
Well,
I'll take
we're gonna
what.
have we're gonna have a higher one, which is gonna be like 150 per month. So it's gonna be like two options, like either 20 or 30, or something in between, and 150 a month. The difference is on premise. So we deploy your own vector database within our system. So you get like faster speeds, you get like HIPAA compliant, for example, is on the upgrade, not the 20. But you're good with the 20 a month or 30 a month, whatever we
I
do.
don't understand that. Is that extra encryption or
Yeah,
extra
extra
security?
encryption, security, like all
Oh.
kinds of stuff that make
So
it more expensive.
yeah, because this is what held me back from making an application that is around mental health, because I was scared. I'm like, okay, how the heck do I do that now? Protecting people's data if you don't have your own server sitting somewhere. But even then, I am then in charge of the data. That's also stupid, right? And not everything. When you do API calls, there's still some kind of data that can be leaked, right? So if someone, okay, let me just get to my question, sorry. So if someone were to do like a mental health app or an application where they really want full privacy for their users, which could be the case, then if it can't be stored locally, right? Then is that then what one would do?
Yeah, so for 150, you get a different kind of database that is super compliant.
And that is aligned with all laws and
Yeah, it's
regulations
just super expensive, but yeah, that's why
that
it's
exist today.
$150.
Okay. So if someone would be, health data and stuff, I mean, there's probably going to be interesting applications that, are created or already here. So yeah, that's why I wanted to know. Okay, thank you.
So, like, basically, if you had 10 apps you want to build that use RAG, the $19.99 or $29.99, whatever we choose on Friday, would be what you would want. 150 is a little bit different. It's like on premises where we manage your own vector database for you. Priority oversight, we create backups. God forbid, like something crashes. It's just a little bit more managed. But as far as documents, same amount of documents, unlimited, and inference rate limit is dropped completely. So the difference is for 150, there is zero rate limit, but for you on 20 or in your case, $16 or $30 plan, rate limit exists, but it's like normal, right? Like, do you really need 40 requests in 10 seconds? Really? Okay, well, call me. I'll fix it for you if that's really your situation.
I mean, imagine if that happens. Let's say someone in this room creates an application and then whatever does paid ads on Instagram, and it's a super awesome application. And then it could happen that 1,000 people hit it
It
at
could,
once. It
and
could
in that
happen.
case, maybe 150 is good for you because you have like 2 million customers that are logging in every day. That means you're making money, so you can afford infrastructure like that. But for everyone else, no one needs 40 requests in 10 seconds. That's crazy. So you guys are rate limited by like literal like DDoS prevention stuff, but you can still make calls to your RAG. And there's caching. So you don't even have like it even speeds up after the first RAG. So we have internal caching in our system. So yeah, that's what this is, and this interface will live even post Friday for you guys to like get your information or whatever. V2 will be incoming Friday afternoon. You'll be able to log in if you've upgraded, like today. If not, you can sign up on Friday for like somewhere between 20 and 30 bucks. I don't want to say anything and then like you tell me I lied. We just haven't ran our tests yet. So before we like tell you what you could buy, we want to make sure we test it. But anyone who knows they want to use it now, we're going to give a small opportunity for you to save some money. And there's no promo codes. It's just right now permanently discounted until Friday. So if you want to use RAG, this is how you do it. Now there's other companies that will charge you money for RAG too. They all cost like $20, $30 ish to get your own managed database. Some of them actually just charge you like while it's turned on. Some of them are monthly. It depends. So I wanted to talk about it. If you have any questions, now's a good time to ask them. But RAG will basically be an independent service from the API if you need to do like make it like significant part of your app. Because the API RAG is like You don't really control who to talk to. See, this is the question, Sharon. So, like, the difference is, do I want to talk to all PDFs? Do I want to talk to one? That's the difference. So with the RAG API, you can talk to a file ID, like whatever you want, whichever two PDFs, one PDF. With a Tutor base RAG, you kind of chat with whatever you upload there. If you put 4 PDFs, it's 4.
Well, it might be the case that not everybody needs it, right? Or just, I don't know if everybody is thinking about a RAG right now. Because if you can do very good prompt engineering, then you might not need it at all.
Yeah, I
I just,
mean, it's true. You just can't prompt engineer like things that are facts that need to be regurgitated with 100% fact and zero like hallucination. So if it
well,
was
yeah,
like
that's not,
numbers,
yeah,
lawyers, medicals, like you like
you're
I
getting touch on
tried
that.
I
Yeah,
tried Sharon to do like my medical app without RAG. It was terrifying. So
yeah,
with the RAG, it was like amazing, like incredible use of technology because it was able to see the real data from my tests and be like, okay, here's what's going on without any hallucination. And that's what kind of inspired me to build a service for other people to do it so they can build apps that are super powerful. Because AI apps are truly dumb until you put RAG in the mix. Then it becomes super hyper focused. It's really interesting what you can achieve with RAG. Prompting is good, but there's always that like potential that it makes something up. And there's no way to fact check that unless the sort of the environment in which it's supposed to operate exists for it to know and see the walls.
well, yeah, you're right. That's, I mean, but some people do not have a fact checking thing. They might want that greedy, state. I'm just saying it might not be for me, it's important because, if you have a certain skills, I just want to put that in there. And
Well,
it
it's
can make
like
you unique.
it's almost like a database for AI to
I was
use.
about to say it's a database for us. It's our
Yeah.
database.
So your app could
Mm.
generate data that gets put into the RAG, which is great because apps run on data that they create. So it's just another way to build AI powered apps and make them more impactful. And all the other RAGs that I've used, even free tier, like they shut off after you don't use them for like a day, which is annoying because then when you do use them, they don't work until they turn back on. And then they want you to pay to keep it on. So our solution is 100% uptime on all the time, on even on the free tier, and on the paid tier, it's literally unlimited unless you need more than like 40 requests per like 10 seconds, which is a lot.
And can you tell us, are we going to do that next week? Or can you tell us how we integrate it in our code base?
We already did, right? Alistair's repo already does. All we're going to do is upgrade the repo with the new API endpoints. That's it.
Oh, I'm still well, I made my own, but I was messing with the old one.
Yeah,
So
yeah. So
not
you'll see the
Alistair.
new one and you can like compare. There's just small differences. Like we don't do get embeddings anymore. We do search. And when you upload, it can take more than one now. When you talk to it, you could talk to all of them or some of them. There's just some new features in the API. So V1 will stay online and your account will be bumped in V1. So that means your credits will change and your rate limit will change if you pay, for example. V2 will launch, and you'll have the same capabilities. Both of them will coexist for like a few weeks while we transition. So your app can stay the way it is, and we'll let you know when the API is going to change. And even when it does, it's not going to go down. In case people have apps, it will remain online for people to hit the API endpoints. Sign up will be disabled though. Sign in, no. Sign up, yes. It'll say go to V2.
What do you mean now? The RAG API or the AI?
No, the RAG API is getting a V2. right now.
Okay,
So
okay.
when you sign up, you're signing up and you're going to be signed up for V2. V2 will launch on Friday. I already have it running. It's really nice.
Hey, Ross.
Yes.
So that limit right now is how many megabytes?
20?
So to give you an idea, the step file that I have is 479 megs.
Yep. The V2 will solve that problem and upgrading.
Okay, I'll create a OneDrive link and I'll send you the link so you can take a look at this
Yeah,
file.
we know people are gonna have giant uploads, so the upload will be lifted on paid accounts. It's just on free accounts we really can't afford to have like bigger limits. Although we would
Yeah, I
want to,
understand.
we just can't.
Yeah, that's why I upgraded
Oh,
already.
did you? Nice.
Yeah, I already did. So,
Yeah, we just
okay, cool.
unfortunately, as much as we love y'all, we just can't. Because free tier doesn't mean just free for you; it's free for everyone. And people randomly are going to use it, and that's okay. But they're going to have a rate limit. But if you do want to take advantage of the $5 discount or $15 discount, I don't know, depending on what it ends up, you can subscribe now for like $16 in Slack, and your subscription will be moved over to the live version on Friday. Should you decide to, it's not mandatory. It doesn't mean your app will stop working. It won't. It just means if you're going production, there you have to make sure it's going to work properly, and in production, you need a higher rate limit. Same thing with Grok. I don't know if you know Grok with a Q. They have really fast AI. They have a free tier, but if you make an app for real, that free tier is not going to be good for you because you'll hit a rate limit. Like if you have 50 customers using it, then they have an upgrade, and it's not expensive. You could probably do it for $10 a month and have really high rate limits. But they have a free tier too, but it's limited. So if you want to build an app, you want to make sure things are not limited. So with your AI Tutor API, you're good. Everything's production ready. You even get credits as part of your subscription, which is so cool. But the RAG API is something separate. It's what we use in the AI Tutor API. So it's like you're using the two keys together. The RAG is going to be a separate thing that people could just purchase. It will be available for like non API use. So like not using it in your app, but like just uploading and talking to it in AI Tutor Premium. But once it all launches, there'll be a rate limit. It'll be like 20 requests that'll come with AI Tutor Premium. After that request is done, it will ask you to pay. As soon as you log in, it'll start tracking your requests starting Friday.
And on the AI Tutor API, we just buy credits or what?
Yeah, so the AI Tutor API will launch also either Friday or shortly after Monday. You can purchase credits for the AI Tutor API. You don't have to purchase credits until you have 0. So if you have credits, you're good. You don't have to buy nothing. If you don't have credits and you're at 0, you will have to buy credits. You can buy them by buying packs of credits for $25, $50, $75, $100.
Are those the normal credits that, no, it's not Pixio credits,
Nope.
right?
Nope.
There was,
You go
there's
in.
a account.
Well, you go
You
into
can do
your
that
account and
with
you hit upgrade, and you're going to be brought to pricing.
oh, okay, okay.
And
Thank
you
you.
can purchase $25 of tokens, and then when you start to run out, you can buy another 25. It's pay as you grow, right? You don't have to buy a subscription, nothing. Just pay as you need. So when you hit 0, go buy more. Or if your app stops working, does everyone understand? 0 credits, app stops working. That's an important one to understand, I feel like.
Hey, Ross, if I send you that file and I send you a link, is it best to send that to you in Slack or email or what?
Slack DM is perfect if it lets you.
Okay.
But that's a huge file.
It's actually an entire automated machine. So yeah, it's a robotic work cell, and part of what I'm doing is validation of equipment against specifications. That's what my app
Really, really
essentially
cool.
does. So we have standards, and there's industry standards, right? So in theory, you could take a machine and validate that the equipment meets the appropriate standards that you're designing for. So that's kind of what I'm working on.
Well, that's cool. And yeah, the RAG API is really useful when you're building apps that have to be aware of data. Like, because there's no other way to do this besides fine tuning, which is expensive.
Yeah, I'm trying to clone myself in an app.
It's doable, Jack. Keep pushing. You'll get there. Keep pushing.
Yeah, I'm gonna. There's a point where I'll probably have to hire some help, just because the mechanics of it are very 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 detailed, and then there's the actual coding piece, right? So I've already talked to Ross and the team a little bit, but yeah. So
Yeah,
I know
and
it'll be
it'd be
valuable.
Well, as soon as you get to a point, DM me or something on X, and I'll jump in with you, because I'm just now to the point where I'm installing mine on a local LLM, and then I'm going to actually train it on all of my data for the last 30 years that I've development work data that I have. And I'm gonna get it to help me start being like my own code assistant, and I want it to, there's some different prompts you can run it to get it to start learning and understanding what kind of data you're feeding it and why, and to get to understand you and build your digital twin. That's kind of what everybody's calling it, I guess, the digital twin project. But I want to build mine on the local LLM because I don't want to have all my private data out in public. So that's
Yeah,
my thing.
so it's interesting you say that. That's right where I started too, right? So I installed LM Studio, but I kind of ran into some limits. But I couldn't tell who's talking. Who is that?
Magna.
Ah, okay. We should definitely connect. I'll DM you because this is going to be pretty involved and pretty big, and really bigger than I am alone. So we can talk offline for sure.
Yeah, I think, ambitious things like this, guys, is like what learning these different technologies are. Like, for example, Magna, let's say you have LM Studio and your own model, right? Just on your computer. You can literally use AI Tutor and use your local model. As long as it's running in LM Studio and you have that local host 1234, you can just put it in and start chatting with your model and our UI. But you have to have a model running. That's the prereq.
Yeah, that's cool. That's gonna be awesome. If I could replicate that, that would be an interesting project to finish and release to people to teach them how from beginning to end to create a digital twin.
Yeah, I mean that there's like we have a lot of new things coming out, but I'll even tell you one that I found super weird when I was working with Lucia and we were building her app. One of the features is truly strange. You could be like, "Hey, I like sunshine and mashed potatoes," right? And then like come back in like 4 days or whatever, and be like, "Hey, can you tell me what I like?" In a whole new chat, and it has persistent memory storage. So it like creates memories based on users.
That's
And it
awesome.
literally says storing memory in ROS. It's crazy.
Hey, for both of you guys, Ross, you too, look, part of what this is doing could potentially help engineering students or future engineering students. So, if you're kind of interested, and once I can get this thing moving, we should talk some more. Because if it can help students out, as you know, I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, I mean, this technology was like built for students, basically.
Right.
I
So,
mean, for us, it's just cheating. It's just straight up laziness and cheating, which is good. What do you think automation at its core is? Laziness and cheating,
right.
but like legal
That's
cheating.
what I do. That's what
Yeah,
I do professionally.
this is what automation does at the end of the day for business, and but for students,
Does what?
it's like a game changer.
And it's also this motto, steal with pride. If it's good, steal it. I mean, get a credit, but yeah.
Well, even that is going to be a problem going forward because people are just going to be able to clone things. Like I can pretty much image to image clone your PFP pretty easily. I can literally use Pixio Chat and say turn that character to the left or put that character in New York. It'll probably do it.
I worked for this Norwegian company and they said that quote and I'm like, "What? You can do that?" I mean, because you just don't think about stealing. Like, yeah, steal with pride, man. That means it's good.
Well, there's
Like,
this like
okay.
weird part of what y'all are learning right now, which is like Lucia. We had this funny conversation where she was like, "After we're done, is this code mine?" Well, yeah. Whose GitHub is it in? Who's got the EMVs? Who just wrote all the code to make login and auth? And that's the thing that we need to understand as a society, as a we, is that GitHub is essentially at its core a we platform. It's like everyone is putting out all the coolest ideas they can figure out in the rawest form of code on GitHub. Sometimes it's like amazing, like what Alisher put out. Sometimes it's like a little difficult. Like when me and Lucio were trying to use some code that we found, it was a little rough to get started. Just getting started alone took 2 hours. I don't know if you remember. You remember, Lucio. How could you forget? But it took like 2 hours just to even do anything. So it's like there's this world of open source that may give you finished code, may give you half baked code, may give you half complete, may give you full SaaS, may give you just a line of code that you need, or just an API page that you've been searching for hours. Someone else did it and you take it. That's not stealing. But like in most people's eyes, it is. Like, for example, I know why you asked that, Lucia. You weren't just like being like crazy. You were like, well, hold on, pause. So if I'm gonna make money and charge people for this, but it's also half of it's online, is that a problem? It's not, because it's MIT licensed. So anyone in the world could do whatever they want with it. Make a product, not make a product, put it into another product. So it's important you guys understand this, and you're going to become better engineers because you'll look for things on GitHub, find them, use them. So yeah, that's my little TED talk. Hope that makes sense.
Well, Ross, you bring up something, and I immediately put my hand up. There's a great book. It's like Good Artists Steal, and it's credited to Picasso. I think T.S. Eliot actually wrote about it in the 1920s. But the point is that when you have a shared experience, like we have here in a maker space, a digital maker space, I should say. Um, what ends up happening is that you are cross pollinating. You have ideas and they're baked into one another's. You know, we are all a mixtape, whether you want to believe it or not. That's what we are. We're all listening to the universe and we have all of these wonderful things and we're creating our own version of it. And so when you're thinking of GitHub, when you're thinking of code, especially, and you're kind of taking it, it is a different kind of mindset. But like Ross said, it is the collective we. In a makerspace, it's very fascinating because if you're borrowing somebody else's code or if you're borrowing someone else's tools, there's also a layer of plausible deniability because everybody is there. And so, um, it is one of those things that I just wanted to put out there and um, give you a sense of encouragement necessarily, because there is a lot of guilt that is associated with it, because you're like, well, I can just clone this. A lot of it has to do with your intent. If you're malicious in your intent and you're copying and stealing and, pirating outright, it'll come back to you. Karma is always swift, but if you're building upon it and creating something that's useful and putting it back out into the universe, a lot of folks that are on GitHub are there giving constantly. It's like they're constantly putting things out there. And so, and I will just tell you, as an artist, I can clock with an egg timer how long it will be before my work is copied, stolen, scraped, etc. But it's usually more damaging to me personally to chase after all those things, because you have to pay for an attorney, you have to do everything else. Those big companies, it's a drop in the bucket to them, but for you as a solopreneur, you're screwed if you continue to waste all of your time and energy into trying to protect and trying to squirrel away or hide. You have first mover advantage, and so if someone's going to clone it and everything else, you have to dig deep into what your secret sauce is. How are you going to market it? How are you going to populate different other places with it? So I just want to put that out there. There's a great book, Good Artists Steal, or Steal Like an Artist, I think is what Austin Klein's book is. And I highly recommend all of you read it. It'll change your perspective. Leonardo da Vinci stole all the time. So did Michelangelo. They had a Lucida camera. Most people had no idea what the heck that was. And what it was just a shiny piece of glass that they had access to that no one else did. So it is what it is. I see that what comes to mind is up here. And she has her hand up, so I would like to get to it, and we'll go from there.
Hello, everyone. I have a question about the rag. So just to make sure I got it right. So say for example, with building your app, and instead of like relying on, like a Gemini, Claude, Anthropic, if you put your like say your knowledge in it, like say you're running a branding app and you put like PDFs with, your wisdom, your knowledge in it, then it'll generate answers that are more custom to like your knowledge as well, and giving people that wisdom.
It would have direct access to it, basically. So right now, if you wanted Gemini to do that, you'd have to first talk to him about it, give him context,
Mhm.
and then he will know stuff. Versus with RAG, it's like, oh, who's the president of the United States? And then it's all like, oh, what comes to mind as the president? For sure.
Mm.
Even though that's not real, but that's what's in the RAG. So that's what it's going to say.
So let me, okay. Thank you for that. So how, like, say for example, with like, the Sasser building, if we did like what Magna said that he wanted to also like, build a second hymn, then how would we do it? Could we use RAG to also give like our knowledge to
Yeah,
people?
so I'll explain how this would
Okay,
work. It's kind of a high level explanation, but just bear with me. You ready, guys? So
ready.
first, you would build a Next.js app called Memory Retrieval, right? And this app, what it would do is it would be a chatbot that could use our API or whatever. But when you add things to it, it would check for like memories. So you would tell the system prompt, like, you are a chatbot with access to a RAG database. The RAG database is memories. You're able to put things there and retrieve them. So then you would create that app to interact with it, and you would say, like, what would what comes to mind do in this situation? And it would know, because it would first look for memories, find any memories, and then use that in the answer. That's how it would work.
Okay, thank you.
If you use RAG. If not, then it would be like just talking to the LLM with a system prompt. So you'd have to add all the things you wanted to know in the system prompt. Like a good example is we use in the prompt generator, we used to do a regular system prompt and it was like good. But now it references hundreds and hundreds of prompts for images before crafting yours. when you use the Pixio prompt generator. That's the difference. That's where RAG would come in handy. Make sense?
So you have to build the app that you were talking about to connect to your app with RAG in order for it to work.
You would kind of create a component in your app called like Memory Manager,
Okay.
and it would fetch memories and store them in your database.
Okay. I'm gonna process that. Thank you.
Yeah, and you know, for testing and building, like the free tier is fine. But if you're going to use it, we're offering people a chance to save money because it's going to be a monthly service, the RAG API, separate from AI Tutor. So while you're building, it's going to be fine. If you launch to like 20 people, you might have a situation. And that's just how inference works. You're going to receive too many incoming requests. Unless your app doesn't use RAG and it's like fancy with system prompting. You could do that too. Like there's many ways. We're just kind of creating the ways that people could interact with our tools and making it as easy as possible. And right now, for you all in the API, it's super seamless because I can tell you right now, if I pay $200 ChatGPT right now, like today, and then I go to like the API, I do not get $200 at all. I get $0, zero, even though I'm a paying customer. So you guys have that cross benefit where we're giving you credits as paying customers. But you can go beyond those credits and purchase more. But with this, you really can't. It's not included, but there is a part of it. So, like in the API, there's something called upload PDF, but you don't get to control what PDFs are used and when. The RAG API solves this problem, but it doesn't solve it at scale for you on free tier. And that's why I wanted to make it really clear for anyone that actually wants to use it and build with these tools. Because it's never a problem when you're building for 5 people. It's at scale that's a problem. That's why me and Lucia we made decisions based on future scalability, on what and how we built. This matters. So for you guys, it is scalable, the AI Tutor API, because one, it won't charge your credit card because it's not connected to your credit card. You'd have to physically go and buy credits. And you have a bunch that you need to burn. So it's a good situation. But we just couldn't do the same thing because running RAG is just far more expensive because we ended up having to launch a new whole entire server to handle this stuff.
Ross, I have another question.
Oh shoot, what's up?
Even if it's paid, can you put like the component thing? Can you put that in the workflow like app site that you have? So, because listen, I've learned after asking about the action, clearly everything is not Googleable. So, yeah, the component thing you mentioned, like in order to like, we wanted to put our, wisdom into the thing. Does that make sense? What I'm asking?
Yeah, so that
Okay.
component doesn't exist. I'm saying you could build it.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, even if like it is paid, like the workflow site that you have where we can like either pay or get free workflows or information or whatever.
Oh, you want me to make
Okay.
a workflow?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there we
yeah,
go.
okay. I
Okay.
could do that.
Thank you.
But generally, like when you're doing things like the memory thing, that's when it makes sense to pay, right? Because you're gonna hit the rate limit quick. The idea of memories is like as we chat, find important facts and extract that and send that to memory so that it's seamless for the front end. So it's like you're just chatting and all of a sudden there's memories happening.
And see, and that's the thing is like, and people pay for like what you know and experience, and that's what's gonna really make your app stand out. Because you're like, oh, wait a minute, I'm paying for experience as well.
Well,
So
like it could be even as simple as like Sharon's app that helps you write, right? What if now it could remember how you write by having a RAG database of up to 5 writing pieces that it can use to reference how you write? That's a really powerful feature. And you would turn it on by doing personalization on or off in the settings. And when you did that in your app, Sharon, it would actually read 5 articles and make sure that the producing article is similar. So it could be powerful depending on how you use it. RAG is still probably one of the most widely used technologies in LLMs right now. Still to this day. And when you combine RAG with like super context, like 2 million, it's crazy. So yeah, I just wanted to explain it, and I don't want people to get mad when they log in and it pushes you to V2 and it says you have to pay. And I can already tell you it'll be not more than $30. So somewhere between 20 and 30. But that's only for RAG. Not needed, optional, but that's how you use it. And I only show it because it's in our GitHub repo. So when it's like, oh, how do I get that key? The new key is the one you need, not this one. So as we transition, make sure to go and get your new key at V2. Does that make sense? Because your app will stop working in the future if you don't get the V2. At least the RAG part. Oh, and by popular request, I'm showing in the live stream a response. AI Tutor API now lets you copy responses and requests with a copy button. So you can feed it right back to LLMs and be like, look, here's what it should look like. Which everyone asks for. And Perplexity. And Perplexity now responds with more links via API. So our API will give you links from Perplexity. Soon, we're actually going to be getting follow-up questions because I've been talking to Perplexity team. We're going to change our API a bit. I want follow-up questions, images, and videos. How cool would that be via API? And deep research is coming to the API. So you'll be able to use something called deep research and get a response. So you don't even have to prompt, make a deep research. Using the deep research model will yield a research report every single time. And that's coming probably tomorrow, which is really cool. Deep research is powerful. But now you can actually see the responses, which is something you couldn't do before. Really annoying. And we fixed that. Also, we updated Claude, so make sure you fix Claude. And we updated one other model, Mistral. So if you're using that, make sure you change it. Any questions on the changes in the API? Or you guys
I have
get
one more question. Sorry. With the chat, there's a chat GPT that I've been seeing on Twitter or X, and it's image generation. Is that the regular 4R? Like, what is that?
No, it's actually something new, and it is coming to Pixio. We will have it. It's going to be called 4.0 image generation or image gen. But if you're using ChatGPT and it's on your account, it's 4.0, I guess, regular 4.0. But I don't know if it's out for everyone yet. But I know for sure we're going to have it in our tools. So that's pretty cool. Also, if you have Ultra, just side note, you can use the new Gemini model and ask it to give you an article or a recipe with pictures. And it literally will edit every single picture and do all the words. Just go to like Beam 3, switch to Gemini and Gemini image generation model, and ask it to write you a storybook about a girl and her dragon. And it will make a whole story with the pictures. I realize it's a really cool way to make frames for your AI video. And I'm going to show you guys something in a second.
What model was that? I'm sorry.
It's called Gemini 2 image generation.
And in Ultra, right?
Yeah, for now. It's right now only in Ultra. Hold on one second, guys. I'm gonna show you one quick thing. If I can find it. Hold on. Okay. So the new one is similar. It looks like this. Do you see it? So this is the V 2.0. So there's going to be like an upgrade button. It will track your calls too. Now the free plan will have 20 calls. Right now it's 100 because I'm testing. What's different is you can actually have an actual chat with the AI Tutor API and your documents to test, and you get to see every embedding and all of the numbers. So all these numbers represents where it found embeddings in your document. And so this version is launching Friday, and it's already live. And that's why it will require a new key, and this key will be tracked starting Friday. And if you upgrade it, I'm gonna invite you probably tomorrow to the V2. And yeah, that's really what's changing with RAG. So old one, new one, old one, new one. They're similar, just new key. So just make sure you keep that in mind. No matter who you are, free tier or not, you're gonna need a new key. So just remember that you will need a new key. Also, start migrating your code. Don't worry, I promise it's not gonna change right now. So don't freak out. But the new domain is going to be workflows.myapps.ai. So no more AI tutor API.versal.app. As we launch, the domains are going to change. What does that mean for you? Well, everywhere where you're using a domain, aka API calls, you're going to want to start migrating to the new domain. The old domain will work for API calls only. The new domain will be how you go to it. Now, fun fact, if you go to workflows.myapps.ai right now, it actually works now. But the API calls are still written a certain way. And so that's all going to start migrating over the next 2 weeks. But just keep write down for your code, like eventually workflows.myapps.ai is going to be the base URL. Where then it would be like V1 API chat, you know? Does that make sense?
What is it? Workflows.myapps.ai?
Yeah. So if you go there like right now, it changed already.
Yeah, but we can't, we shouldn't change it in our script yet.
Not yet. So we're gonna slowly move into basically this is what it looks like, by the way. Workflows.myapps.ai is what it'll look like in your browser. But you can slowly start moving it over starting at the end of next week. So I would say next Friday, you can start thinking about moving it. But for the next 2 to 3 months, it's still gonna work. The API, and we'll send out emails to everyone, but it's gonna work for like months, not like days. Don't worry, because we have stuff using it, obviously, that we're not gonna change in like a week, you know. But the idea is an easier way to get to the domain, you know, more like there's words workflows.myapps.ai, but your stuff will still continue to work. But of course, you want to use the new stuff eventually, you know. Does that make sense, Sharon?
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it will work. It will continue to work. Everything will continue to work. But what we want to make sure eventually is that when you're in here and you're doing deploy, that this domain is eventually going to change to where it's just workflows.myapps.ai /API /v1, you know? And that's really important because that's like happening soon. But we will not kill it. It'll be working, but you just want to not use it, but it will work. But eventually start migrating, starting in like a week from tomorrow or a week from Friday. Any questions on that? Anything there?
Can I ask you something else?
Yeah.
So if I wanted to put this on Railway, it is, I don't know why I did it that way, but I have two different dashboards because I was testing different styles.
Yeah, I have so many different dashboards.
Is that normal?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do I now put this on Railway? Do I just do the dashboard dark or the whole thing?
What in the world are you talking about?
Okay, do I just delete? So do I just do the whole thing?
I wish I was like on your level. What do you mean?
So, I mean, since I have two different dashboards, right? I only need one. Would
Okay.
I put them both on Railway or just one? For example,
What do you
I don't
mean
know,
dashboards? What's a dashboard?
well, the main page, so to say.
Like okay, are you talking about like this website main page, like the SaaS wrapper for your models where it says that?
Let's just put it that way. It's just, it's the main page and I have two versions.
What do you mean two versions? Like the new repo and the old repo?
No, it's just a page. It's just a file. I have two file versions.
I don't understand what you mean. Like you just put it on Railway and it'll make it. And
Yeah,
then you
I
can put
it
another thing on Railway too.
yeah, if you don't understand it, then the question is not worth it. It's all good.
But can you show me like in live stream? Like what are you talking about? It's like
Yeah,
hard to understand.
okay, I'll show you.
Now, really important guys, if you're gonna use this, which you should, you gotta change the website around. So at the very least, all the words, like maybe you don't want Masha in your testimonials. Maybe you want to put someone that actually used your app before. So you have to go through this. And this is basically a collection of components that Alisher got from 21st Dev. And 21st Dev is really cool. It works pretty seamlessly with the code already existing. And Sharon, when you're ready, let me know and then I'll bring you up. And again, to be clear, yes, you can purchase the AI tutor because I have like some DMs. You can purchase the rag tomorrow. I'll deactivate the link sometime tomorrow evening and it will just go live. And you can feel free to subscribe to the rag API, which I'll put the domain once we're launched in the in Slack, which also affects the RAG API. So you know in the ENV you have RAG API URL. That's going to change to something more normal. And so we'll give you all this information as it launches on Friday. So you guys can update your apps. Now, this top part, if you're looking on the stream, is Hero. I had seen it earlier somewhere. I'll find it so we can see it. So these are all the heroes. So basically anything in Hero you could essentially use. And these are all like, some are animated, some are not, and you can mix and match pieces together. And there's light and dark mode. So, for example, this one is another cool one. You can mix and match them, so you don't have to like take the ones that they create. You can put like essentially whatever you want. These are just put together already for you. It's like heroes. So you can basically copy and paste these into your apps. So for example, this is heroes, but I can go back and there's like call to action. These are call to actions that you can put in your website. So like this could be on your site. Look how cool this is. Kind of weird, but also cool. Um, this is like a cool connecty button. And these are just available at 21st Dev. So like this is button borders. This is actually what we used right here. So right here, you see this? This is basically this. So you can mix and match and take this code. And you can give it to AI Tutor and be like, I want to use something like this. Give it the code, literally, or import it via NPX or PMPM. This website, 21st Dev, gives you the code. You want to make your landing page look unique. Yes. So V2 is gonna be what comes to mind in AI Tutor Premium. It'll be free tier. You can upgrade, but the price will be different. The price right now is just a special price until Friday, until we actually launch it, which then will be like a regular price. This is sort of an introductory pre-launch price, and it's a subscription, so it will keep charging you the same pre-launch price. I hope that answers the question.
You did.
side components. You just have to like read and you'll see what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna take over Sharon. So you guys see my screen? Basically, this is what's controlling your homepage right now. The other way you can do this is by literally searching. So SaaS, SaaS. So you can just search that. And then pull it up. And when it does, it's going to pull it up in a component. So you see right here? It pulls it up here, pulls it up here, and here. So when you're searching for things, like if you want like to see where like this is or where the footer is, you could just simply search words, but you're gonna want to get yourself familiar. Well, that one doesn't come up. I think I have the wrong repo. Actually, let me get the right one. So the repo that you want to be working in, which has all the changes, is this ITT season 7 one. And when I go there, I have the EMV. Let me zoom in so you guys can see everything. I'm gonna do another search. It's in the hero. See the hero right here? So if I want to change this, I would change these words here. But if I want to change more, I can give this whole hero page to AI Tutor and I could say, rework this and make it better. Or make it use blue, or make it pretty, or make it clean, you know? And AI Tutor can give you new code for this page. Or you can go to 21st Dev and pick out some new components. Think of it like going to Amazon shopping for components, but like all of them are free. And there's nice stuff like rainbow button. So nice. So simple. This is by far my favorite one. Look at this, guys. This is crazy looking. Can you
I
imagine
was
this on
just
my phone?
playing with that like 3 seconds ago.
It's so cool. Or like I love this one. This one's so nice. Look at that. Nice animation.
And AI Tutor can even customize these even further for
Yeah,
you.
AI Tutor can customize them for sure. Look at this. Ooh. Now, there's entire websites too. And they're like surprisingly free. So like this is free. This is free. This is actually free. It's pretty good. But then like this stuff is not free. Then there's pro. And like these are beautiful, but also not free. You get this by paying them. These are fully put together. It's like all the work that you'd have to do by putting the components together, they do for you. But you buy it. But at the core, everything's free. And you should build it step by step. Like everyone who's building, Lucia especially, you should build out a landing page, even though yours is actually kind of cool. AI Tutor hooked up your landing page. I will tell you that. But I like using 21st Dev because they're catchy. They like catch the eye, which is important, you know? Like this looks crazy. Look at this. Like what a crazy interaction for your mouse. Just so fun. And these are things that are like, I guess this is actually gorgeous, Sharon. Look at this. They have VO chat. Yeah, but every chat so it looks like that now. This one had a little flair to it. Let's see, is it still there? No. Yeah, that. That's pretty cool. But yeah, it's like really interesting. VO Dev is nice. I also like this one. The Sparkle one is cool. And you could like put these together, which is really cool. So like they're broken up by like announcements, borders, calls to action, clients. This is like, look how nice this is. This one's so crazy. I think we might use this on the new Pixio website that we're building with 21st Dev. New Pixio is coming, new website, and it's built with this technology. Like, this is awesome for like, for Masha and Curio. This is a cool little component showing how many like other users, other makers in your app using it. Same thing with you, Lucia. Like the avatar circles, awesome. Here's another variant. Here's like a marquee. Then there's comparisons, really good. Then there's like footers and pricing. Like these are so nice. Look, this is literally the pricing that we use. Straight from 21st app. You could pick cool ones. Or have AI Tutor take this and customize and make your own. I like this one personally. So clean. But the one Alistair chose is like more fun. It's more inviting. This is good if you're mobile. This is good if you have only two. Yeah, the point is, like, you can use these tools to construct your homepage so that your homepage doesn't look like ours. So your homework, or your what will be your homework, is to reimagine your front page with any tools. 21st Dev is like something we recommend. Like, this is how we make it sparkle. See? Alistair just combined that with something else. You can just combine them like Legos. So at the very least, customize this page and tell AI Tutor to help you. Just give it the code and be like, yo, customize this. And we're going to do a little bit without stuff and just have AI Tutor do it. Experiment time. But you really got to change it if you're going to go live. If you're not, who cares? But if you are, it really matters because our service or our, I mean, it's a free template. So, like, you don't want to have anything associated with it. You want to have your own brand, everything your own. So, there's like key things that will get you. So, for example, there's a page where the meta is. You want to make sure that it doesn't say AI Tutor API when people share it. That's also important. I'm just going to rename my EMV so that the app actually works. Cool. So now the app's going to actually turn on, hopefully. And then we can do some live changes with our friend and AI Tutor. Oh, yeah, who you can go for? Gemini? We could try Gemini or Claude. I like Claude. I'm biased. Grok is good.
Are you using it to code now? Because I just kicked Claude out of my workflow. I switched to Gemini.
Oh God, what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like Claude. In certain tasks, it's just not good.
It depends. We'll see. I'll mess around with both of them. Okay, we're gonna try. So we have VS Code on one screen and we have AI Tutor on other screen. So we're gonna see how this goes. So right now, our app has a few things. We have this front, and then we have components, and then we have landing, and then hero. So right now, our site looks like this. This is localhost. This is the hero. So figure the hero is everything from here to here. Now, let's say I wanted to fully reimagine it, right? I'd have to find it. So first, it looks like this is a gradient, glow effect, hero. So I would tell AI Tutor it doesn't matter whether you're in multibot or in Beam. It matters who you're talking to, the model itself. See how good this new Gemini is. And then I would just give it all the code. And I would say, do something with this. This is 125 lines of code. So then, once you have an idea of what you're expecting, so it's saying, okay, there's like, it's not clear. Okay, hold on, let's read. Okay. Let's see what it does. Gemini is ready. Okay. So it didn't give me the imports. Let's see if it just needs to be like, and I haven't used this for coding yet. This is like the first time. This new model from Gemini 2.5. Why is it putting placeholders? Hold on. Might have to switch to Claude. He's being a psychopath. No, he's not. Okay, hold on. Okay. This looks interesting. Okay. Let's see what it does. I'm scared. I didn't even read this, guys. I'm just gonna do it. But it's not JSX, it's TSX. So that's a good call. So it just did JSX. Anyone know the difference? JSX, TSX? I'm gonna go get something from the kitchen. But any ideas? It's a good learning experience for you guys. Who knows? Oh, come on, guess.
Text?
Huh?
I don't know.
One's for
Java
TypeScript.
type in Java.
Okay, yeah. So it's like it's not just Java. It's like TypeScript. That's one of the things. What's the other one?
JavaScript.
Yeah, that makes kind of sense, doesn't it?
Kinda, but no.
JavaScript.
It's the thing right before Next.js.
Is it JSON?
No, now it's like 1950. The one right before Next.js. What's it called? It starts with R, like my name.
Rust.
No, don't confuse them.
React.
Yes.
Wait, who said that? Is that you, Jack?
I did. Yeah, that was me.
You smart cookie, you.
Well, no, that was a great guess worth like, I don't know, some tokens or something, I'm guessing.
I think that Ross does not realize that he has a live mic, so he's going to go get grub and get food. Um, you know, write down your questions, folks. We're gonna obviously have a kind of a post-mortem tomorrow morning, and when we always think about in the evening, it's usually after we log off that you start thinking of all the questions. So make sure that you keep track of those. Obviously, tomorrow morning we'll revisit what we talked about this evening and, marinate on some of the things that people are building. Hopefully, more folks will have their links available from their homework assignments so that we can kind of touch base and figure all that stuff out. Um, I did kind of want to start preparing people for the end of our season. I don't know how many more weeks we have left. It's usually up to Nick, Alisher, and Ross. But as you kind of come to the conclusion of a season, we try to tie things up in a nice little bow in a package that you can kind of take away with you. And each season is very unique in itself. There's a skill or a set of skills that you can take away with you. This season is very unique in the sense that it's is about workflow. It is about figuring out all of the little Lego pieces that fit together. And we are a mixtape. I mean, when you think about all of the things that you're pulling in, this mindset change that all of us, me included, Cash Money Kev, um, you're kind of changing the way that the legacy systems have taught you in collaborative work environments or in a work environment where you know, a lot of these things you're pulling from the public domain. What is your secret sauce, right? If we all have the same exact tools, what is your secret sauce? And one of the things that the analogies that I've used in class is that all of us are given the same primary colors, right? We all have red, we all have blue, we all have yellow, we have black and white. Let's just say you're looking at your hand and you have all these 5 colors. What's interesting is that we're all starting with the same tools, but your mix is different than everybody else. People don't realize that if you start mixing those colors, let's say we all want to get an orange or a green or a purple, it does not matter how we all use the same exact thing. Those secondary colors are not always going to be exact. We're all going to have just a little bit of difference. What's interesting is by the time you get to the tertiary colors or the third color, so you want your like a red orange or you want a green blue or whatever, our variations are so wildly different. And it's when we cross pollinate and share our palettes with one another that we get a huge array, a rainbow of all of these different things. And your artwork, your life becomes more bold and more vibrant and more beautiful because you've expanded your palette. So when you start thinking about because a lot of you are going to start thinking of imposter syndrome, or you're going to think, well, if everybody can build this, I mean, if you're looking at the timeline, we can only handle so much anime and Ghibli Studios. Everybody and their sister has now discovered a new toy, and we're all cartoons. That's not, you know, even though we might all look a same style, we're all using the same tools. The narration, the story, the why behind it is insanely unique, right? So when you're thinking about what problems you're trying to solve, the things that can be monetizable, you still have first mover advantage. I don't care what anybody says. Yes, you know, AI is out in the wild, but you are such a small, small niche of the entire world population. We still have barely 1% of the population of the entire planet dabbling in the dark arts of AI. That means that you have a unique opportunity to go to your local, let's say, ecosystem and do some serious, damage in terms of making money, trying to figure this all out, working online. So, take advantage of this moment because even though we're all sitting here and kind of stewing and marinating together and we all have the same tools, the fact of the matter is that there's a whole big wide world out there that is waiting for you to help and you to create something for them and you to serve them with your special sauce and your beautiful color palette. So, you know, sometimes when you're playing with these tools, it feels so easy. Other times it's like pulling teeth, right? Um, these workflows are incredible. I mean, they're mind blowing. I've been playing with AI for decades. I remember the first time Dr. Ben Gortzel had Sophia, and my kids were looking at this robot and this AI, and they said, "Yeah, during your lifetime, AI is going to be sentient, and there is going to be the singularity moment." And everybody listening to him were like, "Yeah, whatever." And for the longest time, I never thought it was possible until now. And I'm looking at it going, I watched all of this unfold over the last decades, you know, and seeing it come to fruition and how powerful it is in the hands of everyday people, ordinary folks. You guys are all ordinary folks, but you're creating extraordinary things, absolutely mind blowing, extraordinary things. All of these roadblocks that you've had throughout your entire life, the ones that say, hey, you know what, I can't build my own website, so I can't actually have an online business, or I can't do the design work, I can't have a good promotion that speaks to blah blah blah. All of the I can'ts are now erased. You have every tool at your fingertips to create anything. Cash Money Kev mentioned Ludwig in the beginning of today's session. Most of you were not in the room, but we have 5 people in our AI ecosystem that are working on Amazon Prime's new release. The name is escaping me, but it's funny because they were all chosen because they were building in public. Heather Cooper was building in public, Ludwig was building in public, and people saw the skills that they possessed and how they could prompt their way into something really, really cool. And as a result, they were hired and they were involved in a project that is crazy amazing. And so, you know, um, make sure that you are broadcasting your new skills. Don't hide your light under a basket, as they say. You want to make sure that you do shine. And there is that kind of want, maybe in the back of your head saying, hey, I shouldn't be tooting my own horn because I'm using somebody else's GitHub. No, you hat tip them. One of the things about Web3, Artie kind of brought it up. He has an ENS wallet, right? Smart contracts have given us the opportunity to hat tip people for their contribution. And you don't have to wait for regulations. You don't have to wait for somebody else to tell you the right thing to do. If someone has helped you and they have a GitHub and you're borrowing and riffing off of their code, hat tip them. If you're selling an app or something, it doesn't take anything to say, hey, I'm going to create a smart contract that's going to give you, a 0.05, percent of whatever it sells, because that's the right thing to do. Now, is it something that you want to do necessarily? Not necessarily. But in this ecosystem where we're all sharing and cross-pollinating, eventually that karma is going to come back to you. And if you have been a person that has always given credit where credit's due, hat tip them in spaces, maybe throw some trinkets at them and give them some, imaginary pirate money, um, people are going to want to work with you. They know that you're going to be a team player, a collaboration component, you know, and that is the next currency. Collaboration is the next currency. And so if someone has helped you, make sure that you do the right thing, hat tip them, tell them thank you, make sure other people know where you got that little trinket. And, I do think that it all comes back to you, because I'll tell you, I've helped lots and lots of people over the years. Some have given me credit, some have not. But I can guarantee you, decades later, you want to work with those folks because you remember them. They remembered you. So they're the ones that are going to tether you to the timeline of history and make sure that you're a story worth retelling. So, at any rate, I do believe that Ross is back, but Rutro, go ahead, honey.
Yeah, so it's the House of David. Looks pretty cool.
Yes, House of David. Thank you. I could not remember it if my life depended on it. But yes, the House of David. And it is very cool. And when you start watching it and you notice, yeah, Pixio was used, guys, amongst other things. The tools that you have used and mastered are now being used for a prime time,
It's funny that you bring
cinematic.
that up. I wouldn't normally bring it up at all, but
Yes, you do
it,
toot
it
your own
is
horn, though.
true because I got reached out to by Ludovic to break down some of the tools. So when he is in the meeting, that he could tell them which does what in Pixio, and that it's a really good sort of way to interact with all these models without giving everyone your credit card. And they found that to be safe and secure, which is an interesting take on one of the reasons they chose Pixio.
Well, it makes a lot of sense too. When we talk about creative workflows, it comes in all different phases and ways. Pixio is a very powerful tool, very powerful. I know a lot of times we park ourselves firmly in the my AI tutor realm, especially when we're doing these kinds of things. But I will tell you that the age of the storyteller is here. You know, if AI can displace anything that's automated, what's left of humanity? It's our creativity. It's what we build. It's the stories that we tell. And crafting a narrative that resides in other people's hearts is a skill all in itself. Now, can AI create stories? Sure, it can. But, can they share a story like your uncle who sits there on the back porch and has your undivided attention as a kid around a campfire? Or, in the kitchen with Aunt, so and so, who tells you, hey, here's the secret recipe, but you know what? You need a handful of butter, an egg size shape of butter that fits in her hand. These are the kinds of secrets that old people have. And they are the kinds of stories that tether us to one another as humans, that proof of human, right? And so when we teach these classes and taking an idea to impact, and then we augment it using the AI is not stripping our humanity. It's augmenting what it is that we are, how we are as humans. And it does, in essence, make us better humans. Not that it's giving us superpowers or anything else. It's freeing up certain things to allow you to evolve and become the thing that you're supposed to be, and touch the people's lives that you're supposed to do. But in terms of a compelling movie, The House of David, like Cash Money said, is like in second. I mean, it's crazy to think about, and I don't talk about it very often. I make props, right, for lots of movies. I have my own IMBD or DAB, whatever the flip it is. You pay your dues into SAG and everything else. It's interesting how many times you look into this ecosystem and you see how many filmmakers there are. The Nice brothers, for instance, they did Umbrella Academy. They're involved with 2 NFT projects. You have a movie called Prospect. What's his name? The original Mandalorian guy. He was in that movie. Fringe Drifters is an NFT project. They're learning how to use the technology at their fingertips to create incredible entertainment. When you can crowdfund something with an NFT as opposed to like a Kickstarter program, something powerful happens because you're co-creating. Your community is co-creating with you, and they're using AI to do that. The House of David is a co-creation of many of your fellow AI cohorts here in the digital overlay. And you'd be amazed. There's a guy who comes to our spaces frequently. His name's Quasar. And you know what? He's worked with Prince. He's worked with, all of these famous, musicians. And he is just an incredible mind. And you would have no idea that these folks are just kind of lurking in the background and they are waiting to conspire with you. The universe has put them into your ecosystem to build side by side. So, don't limit yourself by creating apps that are just kind of, everyday variety, low hanging fruit. You can collaborate with some of the greatest creative minds that have been wickedly successful. And the things that you come up with are incredible. So, kudos to Ludwig. He's one of our friends and just a tremendous talent. And I hope that each of you think bigger because you're capable of just absolutely incredible things. And there is no better time to do that. Just there isn't. You have everything, and it's just so much fun. I mean, hearing Masha this evening, I should say, it's morning where she is probably. That little giggle, you know, because she knows how powerful it is. She figured out how it works, and there's something magic. It's almost like summoning spells. It feels like Hogwarts, folks. That it's magic. And you have, this infinite ability to harness magic, capture lightning in a bottle, the once in a lifetime chance to create a business that is not just profitable for you and your community, but your legacy, your kids, your grandkids, your friends, your neighbors. If you don't have children, you have those abilities to do that. And, you know, it's season 7. It's week 5. All of you have put in a big day, and you've learned a lot of really cool stuff. And, now is the time to, banter about big ideas. If you have a question, come on up. It's not just a question about how do I do this and how do I do that. It's, I have a bold, audacious idea that I think could possibly work. And then you just kind of put it out there into the universe. I want to create an animated series that looks like Ghibli Studios, but has, John Wick, whatever, fill in the blank, whatever it is, you can summon it. And if you are crazy enough to build it, somebody out there is crazy enough to buy it. I guarantee you, it's just the yin and the yang. It's the way it works. Is that if you can think up something, and I've seen this happen thousands of times in my own art experience, some of the just horrible art. I've made horrible art, folks. It's hard to think about. It's like you say, I'm just not gonna allow this in the public domain. And sure enough, someone will come by and say, that's the one I want. I want this, above the mantelpiece. And then you're thinking to yourself, well, more power to you. It buys more, art supplies or whatever. You never know how something that you build is going to make somebody feel. And that is definitely how we become immortals and the story worth retelling. At any rate, I do hope that Ross has managed to swallow
No,
and
I'm
drink
here.
his
We're good. I'm
coffee.
actually just doing some stuff, doing some coding like I was talking. So what you really
Vibing.
want to
I get
do
it.
for homework is this thing is broken down very well. So right now I'm in Hero, so I can do whatever I want in Hero, and it won't mess up the whole site. And so I can continue to where I like it, and it's doing what I want. So I like it. It's almost there. Um,
So
um,
can I ask a question, Ross? Is Hero
sure.
just like Cursor? Is it like a different tab that you're in that's not making it's letting you make changes, but it's really not making changes because it's in a different tab? Is that
I'm
right?
not making changes directly at all. I have AI Tutor on the left,
Right.
and I just have VS Code on the right.
I know,
And
but
then
what is
this
AI?
is
What
what
is Hero though? What's Hero doing for you?
Hero is
Is
just
that
like the file that I'm in right now. So if you look at my screen, this is what we're changing. So before it didn't look like this.
but Hero is not like Cursor, right? It's not a tool like that, right?
No, it's not a cursor. I'm just sitting with AI Tutor.
Okay.
I'm copying the code it gives, and I'm putting it here.
Okay.
That's it. So it's not like it's not changing all types of stuff. It's only changing what I based.
Okay.
Is hero the hero section of the front page,
Yeah,
or
so it's inside
okay?
landing page, inside hero. So components, landing page, hero, and then hero. Hero.tsx is what it's called. And I'm really just having it come up with new ideas, brainstorming, showing you how easy it is to just totally change parts of your app in real time. Like, look, there you go. Totally changed. So if you guys see, now I changed this whole front area. It's like a whole different website now. You see this? So like maybe I don't even want this. I can literally just start building it myself when I want. So this is in Hero. Underneath this would be this section. So we can search it. We find it. So it's in glowing effect, which is not what we're looking for. So we need to find which component this is actually handling or where it's being called. So that we can either change it, alter it, things like that. So this looks like the timeline section. So if we commented it out, like any of the code, it's going to fix itself. Don't worry, guys. It's having a moment. So yeah, so if right here, if I wanted to comment this out, where are you? Yeah. So this is right add tutor API. Make sure I got the right timeline section. Then there's content. So these two pages, these components are the timeline. So it's like hero, timeline, footer. So if I go to like the main page, you can see it brings in components, landing page, timeline section. You see that? So this page is what's bringing it in. Now, if I didn't want the timeline section, let's just say, in theory, I can just redact it from here, which would mean this doesn't exist anymore. And then if I reload the page, no more timeline. Now we have a really, truly customized page. So now there's like the pricing. This is using 21st Dev. We can keep it. You don't have to change it, right? Like, I don't own the pricing. But it doesn't kind of go with our theme. We're living in this like blue, glowy theme. And so it doesn't really match. So what if we can get it to match? So we're gonna go to the pricing, which should have its own component. So it's pricing page. So we could ask AI Tutor to make this match. Can we make this page match the theme of our nice site, the blues we got going on? So Claude can basically infer what we're trying to do here and should be able to give us a color treatment, which is really, really important when you're building, like to make it all look like it belongs. Like we don't want your components to look like cousins. We want components to look like twins. So like things should look like they belong, not like a little off, you know, or kind of similar. So let's see what it does. So we asked for it to kind of give us the same theme that we were just developing in. And because it's one conversation here in AI Tutor, it's going to read and it knows like what we're talking about. But of course, you can give it hex codes and be like, hey, here's what I want you actually to do. Now let's see what it did. What is it doing? No, reverse. Add tutor, reverse this on me. There you go. So now it's making the pricing page act like the hero section, like color wise. So we're gonna see what it does. Now, keep in mind what we're creating actually here looks like this now. Totally different. And if you guys want my code for this AI automation landing page, I can send it to you. Just like tell me in Slack. Be like, at Ross, give me the AI automation landing page. It's literally one page of code. Super easy. And this is not 21st dev. This is just me telling AI Tutor what I want. And again, you can go to Canva, design something cool, take a picture, give it to Claude, and be like, hey, make this. And put it in this page. This is really important when you're making custom pages. Now we got a new page. So let's see what it does. So we're gonna just put it right on top and hopefully it doesn't break. And let's see what it does.
Ross, a little quick question while that's going.
Sure.
How did you get your global CSS to change the background instantly in the page code? Because I was having issues with the global CSS. I just had to make my own changes, and it did change the color eventually. But it seems like you had the code change it automatically, so the UI was actually all in one on that page. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I'm just doing it on the page. I'm not doing it in global CSS.
Right, and for me, the global CSS was overriding my page ESX code, so it was still white after I was going for like purple.
You can ask it to do CSS overrides, or you can go to globals and change it there.
Okay, cool. I didn't know if I was breaking it or something. So okay, cool. Thanks.
So it did a really good job. I do want to add some more, but I like what it did. It added some more context, like choose your automation, select the perfect plan for your automation. And it's like freaking me out because it's slanted, but whatever. That's like me problem. I love the like it clearly added like all this extra stuff under here. Check it out, guys. It added like FAQ, so nice. Kept it in theme too. Love that. Um, but yeah, you see like how powerful it is when you're just dictating what to do with components you already have. You can actually tell AI Tutor to just like design the same way, like this, or can like make a whole different design, which is what we did here. Like this is a whole new take on that design. And now I'm telling it to go dark mode. And let's see like what it will do. And I'm not like going line by line. I'm literally copying every single code and just saving it. And there you go, dark mode. Now let's say you wanted it to be blue, like to match. Well, there's a few things you can do. You can tell AI, but it's probably a lot easier for you just to like see what it is here. And it's got like a color associated. So you can change the color, find the color, change it to the same color. So like this color is the background of the main section. So this section, you can have it like copy. But yeah, so like the idea, guys, is to like totally reimagine like the different kind of components. And obviously you can make all the colors match. Like that's later once you have your components. And then footer is here. So like right now the footer is kind of got that rainbow going on and it's kind of like not really fitting with what we're doing. So you could say the background on this is black, not the blue as in the hero. So that will tell it to like restart and fix that. And while that's cooking, we could actually go in a new chat and we could say, let's make a nice dark blue themed footer for this automation website. And then it could actually fix that while this is happening. This is doing a new version of pricing. So, guys, all I did in the end of the day is I changed 3 files so far. How crazy is that? 3 files, and I've got like a whole new front end. And this is the first thing people are going to see. It should talk about your app, not my app, right? As much as I would love the free advertising, but no, don't do that. Oh, look, everything matches now. So there's just like this like weird, because it's a gradient, right? So you would say like no gradient or reverse the gradient. Black to dark blue to light blue, which would then bleed it together. That'd be the option here. But you see it did it. It took the same thing. So you could say like almost do lighter BG color on bottom and darker on top for BG gradient, which would bleed it. So it's like bleed from dark to top. Yeah. So that would fix that problem actually. Nice and easy fix. And this is how you can like start changing the app that we built without breaking the app that we built. Unless you're changing it completely, which is more advanced but doable. But as a base, change everything. Change dashboard pages, change landing pages, change buttons. Make it really on brand. It shouldn't be pink unless you want it to be pink, you know? Does that make sense, guys? This is really important in week 5 that we're really truly customizing our app so that it doesn't look like a template anymore. It looks like a real thing. Any questions on like how I'm doing this? Because at this point, there's many ways to do this. You could use AI Tutor. You could use ChatGPT. You can use anything. You just need the AI to help take your code and do what you say to do to it. And then you gotta know where to paste it inside here. What we're doing now, live. Oh, my idea worked so good, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Bleeds right into it. And then you would start the footer with like light to dark. You see that? Ooh, look at this, guys. This looks amazing. And this is just AI Tutor doing stuff.
Ross, is there a reason why you use that app versus the multi-buy? There's one
It's
closer.
because I can zoom in and it's all nice.
Okay.
In
Okay.
multi-bot, it's like hard to like show you guys what I'm doing. It's a lot easier to like show it with this. But you can use any tool. It doesn't matter. Should footer be light to dark? Yeah, light to dark.
I do have a question. And with the last season, it was something you went to in order to add animation.
You just
It,
ask it. Animate. You can say bring animation.
it was a something, but
I
that
use
I
Framer.
Framer. I thought it was Framer.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
using Framer.
How did you do that?
You just tell the AI to use Framer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the template already uses Framer, so it's pretty easy.
Okay. Thank you.
So we're gonna see what this does. This is gonna be like a footer. Now all these files together would create your whole front end. So you just change 3 files and you can have a new front end. Oh, see, look, really nice. It gave us like an X, and this is like a full-on footer. Now let's say you had like a mailing list, right? With like what's something everyone and their mother uses? Beehive, right? Everyone uses Beehive? No, yes, maybe. It's like free. No, Masha, what do you use? Substack?
Oh, I tried Beehive, I tried Kit, I tried Substack. Yeah, I think it's a me problem, not a
Well,
platform
well, the
problem.
thing is, all of those platforms give you like a sign in or a register for a like a newsletter. So you like it? We went blue. We got to fix the Twitter. Twitter's bad. But you can have a pop up here that has join my newsletter, and you just got to provide the code. So like whatever your newsletter code is, you can give to AI Tutor and be like, I want to integrate this in a pop up. Now the header obviously is different in a different place. You can also, of course, edit. But what I like about these micro interactions, what I call them, is like you see how it's like glowy and the little thingy moves, the little spaceship. Like these are micro things. It's like microaggressions, but for like CSS. But it's like when there's little small details that really make it fun to watch, right? You can tell AI Tutor about that you want micro interactions. It'll create these small interactions for you that are subtle and nice. So you could say, like, footer is okay, X logo is black, make it white, and add nice micro interactions in footer and make it look classy, right? And then there you go. It's going to be on. And now, anyone who wants this code, I'll be putting this code for anyone who wants it. And this is just an example of what it looks like for you to harness the power of this repo that we built and our API. And so you can utilize these tools and create like awesome front ends and cool tools. And they can be totally customized. It could be totally on brand, and they'll never see AI Tutor in their life. But you will still retain the power of AI Tutor and access to all the models in your workflows. And yeah, so your homework is obviously, who guessed it? Make a landing page, and it better not look like mine. Not this one, mine. The original. If it looks like the original, that's bad.
That's when you get a takedown request from lawyers. I forget what they're called, Ross. Are they DMCA's or what is it?
DCMA. Yeah.
DMA.
Got to change it 25% at least.
I will say that is accurate. You definitely want to do that. And look, it added micro interactions. You guys see what it did to the footer? Look how nice and fun it is. You just want to like click all the things. Look at this. It's just fun. Everything just kind of moves. It's nice. Every little movement that you touch makes something move. And so micro interactions are really good. So I would like these are micro interactions, these little things. I love this. This is so nice. And yeah, it's so easy to do this stuff. You can launch like a product like this in one sitting, right? I did this just in a few minutes towards the end of class. And I didn't even do anything fancy at all. I did not use 21st Dev at all. I just said, AI, make me something. That's it. And it's really, really good at this. Claude's real good at doing this for you, as you can see. And the best part is all this still works, see? Because it didn't mess with the actual functionality, it just messed with the front end, which is amazing. And yeah, that is where we're going to end today. Tomorrow, Alistair's going to quickly go through, deployment on Railway, like we did, and then go into like the basics of what we talked about, and then redesign a homepage. And so your homework is to do this yourself. If you need extra help, do it again tomorrow. But then do it again for real. Because it has to be yours, not like what Alisher makes or what I make. Even if you use what I make, add something to it. Make it purple. Add different outlines. Add some glows. Add new components. You can always say, hey, add Tutor, make 3 new components. And tell it what to do. These are the important sort of things you want to do for this project if you plan on launching it. You're going to be you want to go through the whole platform. Anywhere it says AI Tutor or it's like our brand, you want to change it. Does that make sense? Everyone understand the homework and the expectation, because then we have only 1 week left. And I want to help you as close to launching as possible. So you guys could actually use these tools and you can make some money. For so long, people are like, oh, how would I use AI Tutor or Pixio? What can I do to make money? And I'm always like, well, unless you, they're like, how can I use your API? And I'm like, we don't have one. Well, now we have one. So now you can use all of the cool things that we build on top of and build cool things for you and your apps and leverage the tools that we're building and the tools that we use. So that is kind of what's really important about this idea to impact, I would say, and the next one, because the next one's Pixio API. So get ready. And we're not going to be using GPUs for 6 weeks. That's crazy. We're going to build without GPUs, and then we'll use GPUs when we need them because it's a little expensive. But I do want you guys to understand how cool it is to generate and make your own image generation model. That's pretty cool. And so there's going to be a lot of cool seasons where we do a lot of cool things. And the hope is that you understand the kind of tools that you have at your fingertips and what you can begin to build with what you have. Because there's so much you can do right now. You don't have to wait for AGI. I promise. You can literally build something cool right now and make money right now. And if you don't know what to do and you're like, how would I do this? Take something that's super annoying and make it less annoying. And there you go. You got a product. Now, automate that thing. Use AI. Now you have an AI product. It's truly simple. And then you just tell people about it. People are going to love it. They always do. And anyone who bought, I see a bunch of you got the RAG API. You are locked in at $16, which is absolutely insane. But when we launch, we'll be inviting you over the next day, 24 hours, to version 2, where you can begin to use it in production with no limits.
I can't see anywhere where I can sign up.
It's
So you
just
said,
in Slack. So in Slack, there's a link, and if you pay and check out via that link, it's like gonna be that for the upgraded mode. So if you go to
Hey,
Slack in season 7, there's a link if you're interested. Do you see it? I know you hate Slack. You and Slack don't get along sometimes.
Discover 21st of
It's a little
fun.
above that. I can repaste it. I see.
Stripe or what?
Yeah, yeah. It's just a checkout link. And then when you get in the platform, you'll have it'll be upgraded to a real subscription. But if you go to Slack, or if you can't find it, you can shoot me a DM. But I put it back in Slack again. If you check out with that, you'll be migrated manually to V2, and you can do whatever you want in production. You should be good to go. Anyone have any questions on the whole RAG API V2 migration upgrade price thing?
How long is that going to be available for?
Probably a little bit into tomorrow afternoon, because it's going to be we have to remove it to go live with the new platform, so that there's no checkout link, only subscriptions inside. So if you want to lock it in, John, I would just do it like as soon as possible.
Yeah, I'm driving. I'll do it
Yeah,
later.
it'll be in Slack. If you need the link, I could DM it to you. It ain't going anywhere tonight. You can do it when you get home. You can do it in the morning. It doesn't matter. But we're looking to launch into like Thursday night, Friday morning, to where anyone could use it, and it'll be a different price. How much different? I don't know, but it'll be different for sure.
so Ross, you said locked in at
Yeah,
$16 per month?
$16 a month if you
Right.
check out today, like
Yeah.
tonight, tomorrow, before the
All right.
upgrade.
I'll go take a look at it. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. And it's good because it can build any RAG API app, anything you're building that uses RAG. And version 2 doesn't actually require a need for an app. We're going to have like a chat interface. So you can actually use the API platform itself to chat with your documents, which is pretty cool, even if you didn't
Yeah,
build.
that's going to be awesome for the project I'm working on. So yeah.
Yeah, it's great and it's fast, and it's we have private servers hosting all the data, so inference is super fast. Um, and you're able to upload documents and talk to them regardless of what LLM you use. So whether it's our API LLM or your local LLM Magna can use the embeddings.
Yeah, when you said that, I was excited about that idea.
Yeah, it's we needed to build it. Just a little 2-minute backstory why we did this. It's not just because we want good RAG. It's because we want LLM independent RAG. You see that? Platform independent. So it doesn't use like OpenAI's RAG. It doesn't use any of the embeddings from Google or anything. Totally independent. So it can work with any language model. And that's why we built it. So that it could work with our system. So in multibot, when you're using it, you're actually using this RAG in multibot. It's the same RAG that we deployed in production to hundreds of people. So we know it's stable. So that's why we built it this way, so that we can give it to people to use it. Because prior to this, it was like internal. Now it's external. Like you can get your own key. So that's the 2-minute backstory of why it exists and why it's important. And if you have any other questions, you can ask me now. But we're gonna go into like final thoughts shortly. But yeah, it's just again not mandatory. But if you're gonna build an app or build things with AI and you want to use RAG, highly recommend $16 a month RAG API that's performant and production ready. Any questions about anything? The little landing page I made, which I will put all the code in. I don't know if I should do GitHub. Nah, just put the code in. Hold on. Anyone who DM me, or if you need the link for the RAG, you can let me know. But I'm gonna go to source code. Actually, no, I'll go to here. So there are 3 files that we changed.
A couple of us asked that in the Slack chat. So
Well, I put it right now in Slack. So the last thing in season 7 is the link. And it looks like this when you get there. Hold on. I'll show you what it looks like when you actually go to the link. Yeah, it looks like this. So it says AI Tutor Rag $15.99 a month. If you check out with that link, you're going to be migrated to the next subscription that we're launching. So you'll have an account on the new website once you check out. That's the pre-launch price. And that isn't Slack. Larry, it's not that serious. Now, in Slack that I'm going to put is a few things. It's going to be the 3 things that are going to make this work. So there's footer, there's hero, and then there's, where are you? Pricing. So pricing is a little bit tricky because it's called page, but it's in the folder pricing. These are the 3 pages edited that will give your website that blue sort of landing page look that we got going on right now. So if you want it to look like this, those 3 pages will make it look like this. And of course, this can be further refined and further edited. Anyone who can't see Slack or wants to DM me, they could. If you don't understand RAG, feel free to reach out after today, and I'm happy to explain it. And again, it's not like you can never sign up. It just might be $30 or $25 after Friday. Like, it's fine. It's just people who know they want to use it. We're gonna offer an early pricing that will stay and be locked in. So it helps you save money if you already know you're gonna use it. But if you're still trying to understand, just wait. It's not a problem. But yeah, and really good job, everyone who got this far. This is truly difficult to do because you're creating like entirely new software, and it's not even like HTML. It's like full stack, like truly full stack. And yes, we give you templates, but it's like you still have to know what's going on, or a template doesn't work. That's just how the cookie crumbles. And the metaphors are starting to get food. That's how you know I'm hungry. But AI Tutor can help redesign this so that it truly looks unique and something that's unique to you and your brand. If I were you, if there's one piece of advice you should take from this season, is like you better for sure build a service right now. If you wait too long, someone will build a service with your idea. It's only a matter of time. Use these tools. Build something cool. Remember, anything that costs $20 a month in 2 customers becomes free. And think about it like this: if you charge $10 and 100 people get your software, that's good money. You can keep doing that. 500 people is not a lot of people. Imagine your software costs $5 a month. 10,000 people use it. That's like full entire entrepreneur founder mode right there. Like, it doesn't take much. And you now have the tools to actually do it. Like to build an AI powered app. So what are you waiting for? That's my closing notes.
love you, Ross, man. Thank you, Ross. I really appreciated that pep talk. I really kind of needed it.
Yeah, for sure, man. Like you kind of, it's so easy to forget and just have fun, like talking about like the future of AGI and like seeing all the new tools. But like eventually at the end of the day, it's like, how are you going to do something with this now? Because there's people that want to buy stuff and there's people that want like consultants and they don't know you exist. So how do we get them to know you exist? Put something out in the world. Like people think like Levels IO makes the most money from the SaaS stuff. Wait, only if you knew the stuff outside of SaaS. Like imagine what people contract this dude to do. Like if you think the SaaS is big, like you have no idea what could happen. You could build something and people could love it. Or people could hate it. And then they tell you why, and then you rebuild it and people love it. People don't hold grudges against software. When it's good, they love it and they'll use it. Even software that's kind of bad, that's still really good, people use it. Think about like the crappiest website you have to log into for your bank or something. You still do it because of necessity and utility.
I hold a grudge. I hold a grudge against S mode in Windows. So I will just put that out there. I'm admitting it. It is a grudge and it will be forever. Just so you know, Ross.
Well, that is a different kind of hate that I don't
It
think
is
we
a true
can
hate.
detangle
It
in
is a
one
true
session.
hate.
But
It will require.
you guys have to remember, like, you're early, but not that early. Like, there's people that are doing really cool things right now, and you should be a part of it. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't want to like be a part of it, unless you have fear. And if that's the case, then fork the GitHub repo, and the fear is gone because we did all the code for you. Just launch the thing and give it a name, and change the colors, please. For the love of God, change the colors.
So homework is the never ending story. The princess needs to have a name, folks. You have to give it a name or else it is the nothing. Um, each and every one of you have an opportunity of a lifetime. Don't waste it. Don't waste it. You know, Ross does mention this frequently, but the reason why you're here, it's not just to hear us talk or to be in podcast mode or to be in a space that is, you know, not yelling and screaming. It's, you're kind of guilt by association here. But the thing is it's never replace being busy or busyness with what it means to have business. You're here for a reason. And what is your why? And if it is to change your stars, then you have this opportunity and you have to hold it with both hands